Welcome, everybody. Welcome to our May Council meeting. Appreciate you all coming out. It's such a beautiful day today in the town of Miami Lakes. We're going to start off with our presentations, and I'm going to ask Councilwoman Ruano and Councilman Collado to help me with this because they were some of the sponsors of this great event, the Model UN Showcase. Diane, who organized it, welcome. Come on up, Diane. Great job. And we have I'll let you explain the event, and then I'll hand these over, some to Councilman Collado, some to Councilman Ruano, to help you pass them on.
From this way. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So first of all, I want to thank my mom. I want to thank my officers and those who participated in the conference. To basically make a small resume of what occurs in a Model UN conference. So a Model UN conference entails usually a 2 to 3 day conference where students either represent a country or take on the role of some type of character that predominated throughout history, right? So our participants did such that we merged together 2 committees. One of those committees had to do with the environmental hazards that occur around the world. And we mixed that with the drug crisis that's occurring at the southern border. And with that, both committees were able to come together to not only create crisis arcs, but at the same time, come up with a resolution to target both issues. And when I see this as a student, and from the perspective of somebody that likes the international communication between countries and the international relations between countries, what we see with students and the passion and the dedication and the commitment that comes from their end to do such a job. I wish that sometimes things like these actually occurred at an international level, but they don't. So I think that, for example, doing things like these will change what occurs in the future. Hopefully I'm right. Hopefully I'm not just bluffing. And I hope that people like these individuals who participated and placed continue to do what they do. So a little bit about Vote Nation. So I decided to start officially I Vote Nation Inc. last year. And I've always had, again, a passion for the international realm. And not just that, but I've always had a passion for the rule of law and all of that. So alongside my officers, we were able to host this event. And again, I want to thank the sponsors and the council members for allowing us to host such an event in the town. Hopefully our next event is grander, bigger, and better. But at Vote Nation, we stand by our commitment to not just our town, not just the town, but to the greater Miami region. So with that, I want to thank once more the mayor, my mother, my officers, our advisors, and the people that placed. So thank you. So I believe, which ones are we going to start off with? These. Okay, this one. So before anything, I want to recognize my incredible officers who will be receiving a certificate of recognition by the Office of the Mayor of the Town of Miami Lakes. So do I read off what it says, or? Okay, so can my officers please come up? Can we please give them a round of applause? So I want to officially give this certificate of recognition to you guys for all the hard work you guys done for the organization and for everything that you guys have done throughout the past months as officers. Some of you have been with us for more time. Some of you have been with us for less time. But I think that the commitment and running what goes behind the scenes, especially not just only participating, but getting these events prepared is not an easy task. So having people that help you and have the same dedication that I do really allows for things to be a little easier. So I really, really thank them. And with that, let's mention the other officers, or are we going to take a picture? Okay. So we have a photographer, so if she wants to. All right, so yeah, so we're gonna be calling up the winners and the people that placed in the Miami Lakes Conference. So if you guys want to take a seat, thank you again. So first, we would like to call up the person who placed in the United Nations Environmental Assembly. Giovanni Rodriguez, please come up. So Giovanni Rodriguez received an award of Best Delegate, which means that he essentially was the best in his committee and represented, I believe, Finland to the best of his ability. And we at Vote Nation and the town of Miami Lakes and the mayor's office would like to thank you for your hard work. So thank you. You want to stand to the side? Yeah. The next person we would like to call up, who represented, picture. Individual, sorry. All right, thank you. You want to stand to the side? So the next person we would like to call up, somebody who represented the state of Texas very honorably, Mr. Anthony Reyes. So Anthony also got a Best Delegate Award in his respective committee. He actually made Texas an independent state. So yeah, so it really stood out to us, and it made me and the fellow chairs recognize him as the best delegate. So again, I want to thank you for participating, and congrats. Okay, the next. So I would like to call up Emmanuel Huertas. So Emmanuel represented the state of Arizona, and he got outstanding delegate, which in simple terms is second place. But it also goes to show not just the dedication that he had for doing his research and all of that, but it goes to show to the extent that these students go to do the research and do what is needed of them to get such an honorable award. And I would also like to point out that Emmanuel had one of the most proficient research papers. Was it a research position papers? My bad. For his state. So I would also like to recognize him for that. And thank you for participating. So let's get a yeah. Last but not least, I would like to recognize Alyssa Leon. So Alyssa Leon represented the state of New Mexico, and she took on a different perspective to this to the crisis at hand, and she represented her state well. And again, I would like to congratulate you for participating. So.
Thank you so much. We have one final award for a very special individual, Mr. Diane Jimenez. On behalf of Mayor Manny Cid and the Town Council, we want to congratulate you on your efforts to promote civic engagement and critical thinking among your young peers. We are very, very proud of you and very grateful that you chose Miami Lakes to host your Model UN conference.
Thank you. Great job, guys. Good job. Good job. We appreciate you guys. Thank you. So need Rabbi Weiss to join us. This Weiss as well. So this is Jewish American Heritage Month in the U.S. and we know how important our bond is with the Jewish community here in the town of Miami Lakes. That's growing rapidly every day. By the way, if you all don't know, the quick Miami Lakes trivia. What's the family with the most kids? Same mom and dad, most kids in Miami Lakes. Anybody know that answer? 11, and they're standing right here. So that's a cool Miami Lakes fact. But yeah, the Jewish community is rapidly growing here in the town of Miami Lakes. You all set that foundation. I mean, here in our community, and it's truly amazing just to every single year celebrating Hanukkah together on Main Street. That's because of you all ensuring that happens, and just seeing the influx of Jewish families here in our community is truly amazing. So whereas Jewish American Heritage Month is an annual celebration of Jewish Americans who have helped weave the fabric of American history, culture, and society. Whereas 2023 marks the 42nd annual celebration of achievements and contributions by Jewish Americans, starting with the establishment of the Jewish American Heritage Week in 1980 and expanded upon in 2006 when Congress ordered that the country observe annual Jewish Heritage Month each May. Jewish American Heritage Month acknowledges achievements of American Jews in the fields of sports, arts, entertainment, medicine, business, science, government, military service, music, and more. Jewish Americans have created lives for themselves and their families and played indispensable roles in our nation's civic and community life, making invaluable contributions to our nation through their leadership and achievements. Jewish Americans have made critical contributions to our collective struggle for a more just and fair society, leading movements for social justice and working to ensure that the opportunities they have secured are extended to others. And while Jewish American Heritage Month celebrates the achievements and contributions of Jews in America, Chabad has played an important role in Jewish life in America, and its outreach efforts have contributed to the growth and vitality of Jewish communities throughout the country, specifically here in Miami Lakes. Many Chabad centers, such as Chabad Miami Lakes, offer educational programs, social services, and opportunities for prayer and worship, and are actively involved in promoting Jewish values and traditions. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the entire town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim May 10th, 2023 as Jewish American Heritage Month here in the town of Miami Lakes. I was already sweating. Yes. I was alone. Thank you.
I don't get to talk. 11 kids.
Oh, my husband puts me on the spot. Thank you so much. That was really touching and so inspiring. And it just reminds me how beautiful and diverse our community is. And we're so grateful to live here. What a beautiful, beautiful place, Miami Lakes in the United States of America. And it just reminds me about many of the Jewish Americans, and many of us here are, born from families of immigrants that have come from different places. I know that, for example, my grandparents, they built up a Jewish community in Teaneck, New Jersey, and my great-grandparents in Washington Heights, and then in Bangor, Maine. They came straight out of Russia, Poland, Hungary. His grandparents, Holocaust survivors, who also came into New Haven and started printing, a printing press. And many, many Jews, and many of us here, our parents and our grandparents struggled in order for us to build the lives that we have. And we're so grateful to live in the United States of America and be able to celebrate an American Jewish Heritage Week. I mean, who would even think that such a thing, from people that were so persecuted throughout the ages could actually have a week of, I myself didn't even know. And when I was told, I was like, wow, that's beautiful. That's inspiring. Like, we should all celebrate each other and each other's accomplishments and faith and religion. We're just so grateful to live in the United States of America. And thank you to the town of Miami Lakes. What a beautiful, beautiful American city. And I'm so grateful to raise my children and my family here. And our new community members, if they want to join us up here for a picture, we're just so grateful. Thank you so, so much. So touched. Okay.
Want to come up for a moment, Sandra? You know, every community has a guy who comes the first one, even before the rabbi. And please come up. This is Chaim.
Just want to say one thing. I don't want to embarrass you, Chaim, but this is Chaim Schwartz. He moved to the town of Miami Lakes, and he is from a family of 19 children, all one mother and one father, and I met them. Just saying, they're like my role models.
Wherever you like. Grab a seat. Whoever.
In the middle.
Yeah, because you guys have the proclamation.
Hey.
Thank you very much. So I think everybody's realized how really cool it is to go on Main Street now, right? When you walk into Main Street, you see all these new restaurants, all these new the new movie theater that just got redeveloped and refurbished. I mean, all the cool stuff happening there is truly amazing. But there's one store that started it all and is the pillar in our community for Main Street. Every other store that opens up there stands on their shoulders. These are folks that when at the beginning, when it was just a dream, they believed in the dream when not too many other folks believed in it. And also during even the tough times, they stuck it through and they were there. And those are the daughter and father duo at Snow's Jewelers. So if you guys can come on up and.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation on his behalf. And again, congratulations on this important milestone. So it begins proclaiming Monday, May 8th as Snow Jewelers Day in the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas Snow's Jewelers was established in 1958 by Ed and Ida Snow in Hialeah, Florida. Ed Snow was a disabled veteran in World War II, attended the Bulova School of Watchmaking upon his return, and became a certified watchmaker as his occupation. Ida began her career selling Avon door to door while simultaneously running their new business together. And whereas after 16 years in Hialeah, they moved the business to Miami Lakes. Snow's Jewelers were the first tenants to sign a lease on Main Street in the new up-and-coming town of Miami Lakes in 1983 and have been serving the community in the same exact location for 40 years. And whereas Gary Snow, the second generation, has operated the business since the move. His daughter, Marissa Snow, came into the business in 2009 and has since taken over. She is now serving as the third generation. And whereas Snow's Jewelers' priority is to provide the community as a full-service jewelry store, meaning not only do they sell watches and jewelry, but they also offer expert watchmaking and jewelry repair services, as well as appraisals, and they are a trusted source for buying gold. And whereas Gary was deeply involved in coaching all three of his daughters at the Miami Lakes Optimist Club from 1980 to 1997, Snow's Jewelers are members of the Miami Lakes Chamber of Commerce. Ida Snow established the Miami Lakes chapter of the Zonta International Women's Club in 1985, which is still active today. And each year they give out an award to one of their members in her honor. And Now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Monday, May 8th, 2023 as Snow's Jewelers Day. Congratulations. Why don't you share a few words with us, Gary?
Okay, thank you, everybody. Yes, we did move from Hialeah to Miami Lakes, and we did sign the very first lease, and we are still there, and we will be there hopefully for another 40 years serving the community. I am second generation. My daughter Marissa now is third generation, and I had turned the store over to her earlier, and now I work for her. So when you come in, you want to see the boss? She's over here on my right. I don't know, but she has done a magnificent job. My parents moved on. They're with God now. They would be so proud of their granddaughter. She's just magnificent running the store. And when she tells me to jump, I jump. Okay.
Oh, I'm not prepared to speak. I just want to say thank you, and I think this is really cool. So, thank you.
Get you guys in the middle. Come on in the middle. "40 years in business on Main, the first lease on Main Street." That is truly amazing. They all stand on your shoulders.
Thank you. Next this Sunday is Mother's Day. Don't forget your mom. I'm sorry, I'm in retail, so I have to do that.
That is true. Quick story on Gary. If you all don't follow him on social media, you have to, because he cares so much for other human beings. That is something that has inspired me and his classmates at Hialeah High. Those that get sick, those that need help. He's the one raising money, doing all that stuff. It's truly inspiring to see not only being a successful businessman, passing it on to your daughter, but caring for other people, especially those folks that you went to school with. I don't know if you guys follow him, but it's some really awesome stuff. So great job. God bless. And our last recognition tonight, our last proclamation tonight, I'm going to ask Dave Oliver to come up to help me out with this. So I haven't been there in about a year, but I've gone to play several times softball. I don't want to say the nickname because I don't want anybody to get me. What's the nickname you guys use for your group?
We proudly call ourselves the Geezers.
So I'm
And I would be remiss if I did not let you know that Gary Snow is one of them.
So I went up to bat one day and I look over and I see this gentleman, playing awesome, fielding, hitting. And I'm like, I look around, I ask Dave, I'm like, how old is he? 96 years old. I'm like, what? Are you serious? He found the fountain of youth somewhere, because he's out there fielding, hitting, running. Just doing amazing things. So this month he turns 97, and we wanted to do something really nice in celebration of his birthday. So, Dave, if you could help me read this out for him, or you want me to read it? All right. Whereas the town's Elderly Affairs Committee established the Geezers softball program in September of 2009 with the hopes to keep our seniors active and in good health. And whereas Juan Campis, at the age of 96, turning 97 this month, is the oldest player in Geezer history to compete. And whereas he has been a participant in the Geezers program for approximately 10 years, playing twice a week with minimal absences. And whereas he has been known for making excellent plays at first base and being given standing ovations from both teams for his defensive performances. Whereas the town is proud to provide programming for all residents and park patrons alike. And Juan Campis is a prime example of why staying active and participating in recreational activities is vital to living a healthy life. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Friday, May 12th, 2023, as Juan Campis Day here in the town of Miami Lakes. Welcome, Juan. Juan, you tiene una palabra, you have some words?
And Mr. Brown.
Okay, Dave. Okay, he assigned you to say something.
I propose to the town that we have Juan run from one side of the council room to the other. But unfortunately, the town was more concerned about liability than entertainment. So this guy is really remarkable. So if you want to see him perform, we play every Monday and Wednesday at Field 2 at the Optimist Park. And come out and you'll really be entertained. And Juan is a big part of it. We're really proud of him.
Wait, I think we got to sing happy birthday, right? We're celebrating your birthday, 97 years old. May 22nd. So we're not going to see him May 22nd because we're going to sing right now, right? You're okay with that? All right. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday. To you. Dear Mom. Happy birthday to you.
Hold on, Joe, hold on.
Happy birthday, Juan. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. Felicidades. Happy birthday, Juan. Yep. And that concludes our presentations, and we're starting the regular council meeting. Madam Clerk, we're calling this meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Collazo,
Present.
Councilmember Diegues,
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Present.
Councilmember Ruano,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Present.
Vice Mayor Alvarez will be joining us later tonight. Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Rabbi Weiss from Chabad Jewish Center. Welcome, Rabbi.
There we go. Okay. Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe. You are the great and awesome God. You are the only one that does good, the one who creates everything. You are the King who helps people, who saves us when we need help, and who shields us when we need protection, even when we are not deserving. You are holy, and your name is holy. You kindly teach us how to understand things and come back to you with complete repentance. Forgive us for any wrongdoings we have done on purpose or by mistake. Look at our sufferings and fight our battles. Master of the universe, in your compassion, grant us the physical strength, emotional strength, health, endurance, and ability required to function effectively to make proper decisions for our beautiful town. May we only be able to experience and celebrate happy occasions together. Enable us to serve you in joy, even during unprecedented and unpredictable times. Enable us to serve you in health, contentment, and joy. Save us from all evil and prolong our days in goodness and our years in sweetness. Protect those that are faithful to you and those that are not yet faithful to you. Send a complete and speedy recovery to those that are sick and suffering. Heal us, and we will be healed. Help us, and we will be saved. Because you are our God, our King, our Savior, a trustworthy and merciful healer. Enrich our years, add to our days of service to you. Bless us with abundance of health, wealth, happiness, and peace. Remove from us all sadness. Rule us with kindness and mercy, righteousness and justice. For in you we trust. Shield us in the shadow of your wings and spare all of us, your children, of our beautiful, benevolent community of Miami Lakes, the state of Florida, the United States, and our brothers across the world, from any harsh or evil decree. May we be worry-free, calm, restful, vigorous, and fresh to serve, appreciate, and revere you. Merciful Father, have mercy upon us. Accept our prayers with mercy and goodwill. Do not turn us away empty-handed. For you are the God that listens to the prayers of all mankind. May it be your will, eternal, compassionate God and God of our forefathers, that you have full compassion upon us in your great mercy and kindness. Annul any harsh decrees against us. Grant us cures for the illness that ails us. Shelter us in the shadow of your wings. May we all be healthy in all parts of our bodies and minds. Guard us from any distress or dread. Save us from evil forces and confusion. Help us in decision-making and guide us in following the rules set before us and protecting others. Spare us all, our friends, family, community from depression and grief. Help those who feel alone to know that they are not alone and that people care. May you grant us patience and clarity to see, feel, understand the goodness in all. Grant us the strength and health to serve and fear you. Prolong our days with goodness and our years with sweetness. Let us act wisely and succeed in all we do, and grant us the emotional and physical health to get through these trying times. Grant our businesses and all our decision-making with integrity and success. May your eternal kindness be upon us. Grant us your salvation. We trust in your kindness. Our heart will rejoice in your salvation. Behold, God is our salvation. We trust and will not be afraid. For the Lord, the Eternal One, is might and song. He is our salvation, and let us all say, Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi. Remain standing for the pledge led by Council Member Luis Collazo. You may be seated. And we have Ariel Fernandez with the Better You Minutes. The Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, staff, and residents of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. We all struggle at times finding motivation to do things. Even things we like and enjoy, we sometimes have to force ourselves to find the motivation to do them. Adding to the struggle, others work hard to demotivate us. Many times, it is just because they are jealous of our opportunities and envious that they're not doing it themselves. Why allow them the pleasure of demotivating us? Tune out other voices of negativity whose interest is purely selfish and with the only intention of demotivating us from accomplishing things. Make their attempts at demotivating you factors that motivate you to accomplish what you're setting out to do. So don't let others demotivate you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate you always setting the tone. Now we're on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. Council, any deferrals, additions, deletions?
Mayor,
Yes.
from staff, we'd like to pull item 10F. It's a procurement item. There's some issues with it. We'll bring it back next month.
We'll defer 10F to June. I am going to pull from consent item 10G. So right now we have item 10F deferred until June, and then I pulled from consent item 10G. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions?
I'll move to adopt the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Madam Clerk, we're on to public comments.
Good evening. All comments and questions from this beautiful attending public shall be directed always to the mayor in a courteous tone. And to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. So if you want to speak, just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the town of Miami Lakes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. Let me just say what brings me here today. I usually don't come up here very often, but when I do, this needs to be taken care of. Do you all have in front of you the papers that I had printed for you? You have them, Mr. Mayor? Okay. Mr. Manager, do you have them? Okay. Mr. Manager, I think you recall about 2 years ago, we went out to my neighborhood. We drove in your vehicle and there were several councilmen and your assistant. And I showed you a swale that is probably the most deplorable swale I have ever seen in Dade or Broward County. I just had it. It's in the back here somewhere. Just trying to beat that clock. It's right here. You personally told your assistant, vice manager, that that was not acceptable and that please to take care of it. Do you recall? Okay. Moving forward, that was one. We have a whole bunch of them like this. This is, when it rains, this looks really, really bad. But anyways, moving forward today, I was out. This happens to be an approach sidewalk in the town of Miami Lakes. Do you all have this one? This one is one from, this one is one from the city of Opa-locka. Very professionally done. This one has not been done in years. So what I'm trying to get to is there's a lot of things happening, but I'm going to just concentrate on one. There's a lot of people that come to this town to work, but they really come to get a paycheck. And some people around here make over 6 figures. You know who they are. I don't have to tell you. There's people that are not doing their job in this town, and we don't have time to explain it. You know who you are. All I could say is that there are a lot of things, at least in my area, is being abandoned. If some of you would like to give me the opportunity to go with the code enforcement people, whoever needs to, I will show you, because that clock is moving and I need time to be able to show you. I have brought this to the attention of several of you in the past, and I'd like to see if something can be done. Okay, so again, all of you have the pictures. Something needs to be done. I'm asking you that whoever's here, Public Works, et cetera, please, I will be sending it in more detail. I know that time ran out, but you know in words what we're talking about. Somebody's not doing their job out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo.
Good evening, Mayor Sid and fellow council members. My name is David Garcia, and I am the captain for Miami Lakes United Soccer Team of U14. I'm also a resident of Miami Lakes, as well as most of my teammates. We are here today to humbly ask the committee for our support. Our team consists of 17 passionate and committed players. For years, our team has been working hard to move up the ranks through our hard work. Our team has moved up in the rankings. We are currently 7th in the state and 17th in the nation. Needless to say, our dedication has taken us to the new heights, and one of these is winning the President's State Cup tournament. Under the leadership of our coach, Richie Pelaez, our team outlasted 28 teams, going 7-0 in the tournament, while scoring 25 goals and against one allowed. This has been a thrilling achievement for us, and now we have the opportunity to continue accomplishing great goals. We are heading to South Carolina, June 13 through 18, to represent the state of Florida in the President Cup Southern Regional Tournament. This is a very special time in all of our lives, but we need your help to keep the dream going. We kindly ask the town of Miami Lakes to assist us in any way possible as we prepare ourselves to represent our club and community with pride. With a grateful heart, our soccer family thanks you for your support and thank you for your time.
Awesome. No, great job. I know.
Thank you.
The manager scheduled a meeting for you guys with our foundation to see if they can cut you a check, right, Mr. Do you have the date for that meeting?
We're scheduling it today. We're checking with all the foundation members, and it's already on the agenda for whenever. It'll be later this month, before the end of the month.
And then, okay, so you guys have one meeting with our foundation for that, and Councilman Ronald.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for attending tonight and for addressing us. Do you have any other means by which individuals can donate? Do you have a GoFundMe? Do you have some information that you can share with us tonight?
Yes, we have a GoFundMe.
What is that GoFundMe?
It will be called Miami Lakes U14 Team.
Miami Lakes U14 team? You got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I? You don't mind?
Councilman Garcia.
Congratulations. I've known Coach Pelaez for over 30 years. He's an educator, an amazing coach, and the man he cares about his kids more than anything. And what they've done is an incredible accomplishment, and anything we can do to help you kids and the coach. So congratulations again.
Good job, guys. Way to represent Miami Lakes, and definitely come on in full force to that meeting. So, all right, guys. Miguel, welcome.
Thank you. Miguel Martinez, 17670 Northwest 78th Avenue. As you're aware, obviously I'm the chair of the Blasting Advisory Board, but I'm not here as the chair. I'm here as Miguel Martinez. I've been involved in blasting. You may or not be aware of, been aware of issues since 2008 and intimately involved since 2016. The BAB has I've been afforded the opportunity to share my expertise and my knowledge with the board, with the panel, with you guys, through the town. But I'm here to ask something from you guys today. On June 21st, there will be a town hall meeting at the Country Club Miami with the county mayor, Mayor Cava, regarding the blasting. And I'm requesting that we all go in solidarity, lock arms, and air our grievances, because quite frankly, as we all know, this has gone way too long. We're we've reached critical mass now with this issue, and it needs to be addressed, finalized, and concluded. So again, I'm respectfully requesting that you all attend. It's on at 6 p.m. The doors open at 6 p.m. It starts at 6:30 at the Country Club Miami, the clubhouse there.
June
June
21st?
21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. We appreciate all your efforts, brother. The ball's moving forward.
Martha Mendez, 7,000 Glen Eagle Drive. It says here, Town of Miami Lakes, Florida agenda will start at 6:30. Proclamations, recognitions, and awards. This shall take place prior to the meeting. I got here at 6:30. I made it my issue to be here on time, and that's when the proclamation started. So ditch the piece of paper or be on time. Because if I can be on time, you can be on time. It's only once a month. Be on time and show up.
Great message. Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak?
Mayor, council members, thank you once more for the recognition from my nonprofit organization. But I want to just bring up one thing. Mayor, I know that you have some involvement with education. Mr. Alvarez is a principal. Mr. Ronald has been, at least from what's on the town page, involved in regards to something with Bob Graham. Tony was part of the Youth Activities Task Force. Everybody here has had some type of involvement with teachers. And I think that, well, we're currently in Teachers Appreciation Week. And from my perspective, at the moment, I don't see the town doing anything about that. Not to put you guys on the spot, but if something can be done about it in the coming year, or at least something being posted on the page, it would be great, because personally, from the perspective of a student, again, not many students care, but I think that valuing the hard work that teachers do, especially now that it's testing season, and all the hard work that teachers put in, the extra time, the time they stay for the AP test, for the non-AP test, for the state exams, and all the things that the students and the teachers put into, I think that it's really important to recognize them for that. So if something can be done, I really would appreciate it. So thank you.
Put it on your calendar. Thursday at 6:30, we're giving a proclamation to every single teacher that is retiring in Miami Lakes here in our community, actually teaching here or that live here in our community. So at 6:30 at Royal Oaks Park.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be there.
Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Is there anyone online, Madam Clerk? Are there any folks online wishing to speak?
I see several participants and
May I speak?
yes, Lucas R., correct?
Yes,
Welcome, welcome.
thank you for having me. So I wanted to address a problem near where I live. So most of the sidewalks have been mostly like eroded, I guess you could say. So they're kind of like uneven and kind of destroyed in some ways. So the other day I was walking with my grandmother and she almost fell because of like how damaged the road was. And I didn't want her to like, have to go through that, or any other elderly person having to suffer through that, because it could cause like major damage and permanent harm to them. It could risk their lives in other ways of them falling down. So I just wanted to bring that up to you guys.
What's the location, or more or less the area that you're talking about? The address?
So it's more in like downtown Hialeah, but I also live in like a certain part of Miami Lakes where like there's a Chase Bank, but by there, I'm sorry, I kind of forgot the location.
Okay, look on our website under the departments. Public Works has an email address. If you could send us, email us the address of the location so we can inspect them, so we can correct the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, and Angela, public speaker, came up and gave us about 6 different pictures. I don't know if there's addresses along these as well. So, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, elected officials, Mayor Sid. Good evening. I don't really got to complain about the town of Miami Lakes. I just got a simple request. I am a frequent user of public transit in the Miami-Dade County, and I just want a simple request. There are some bus stops throughout the city that are exposed to the elements such as rain, the hot heat, and I believe that
a simple cover, like a simple roof with a bench, it would go a long way for a lot of people because I've seen a lot of old people, you know what I'm saying, that are have poor health conditions, and that's not the proper way of them waiting for their ways to go home or go wherever they need to go. So that's really it. I don't really have a complaint about the Town of Miami Lakes. I just wanted to put out that simple request that we should have some more protection during like bus stops and waiting for the bus.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Manager, do you know how many of our bus stops are not covered?
I'd have to do an assessment, Mayor.
That's actually
I
a
don't
good
know what the
point.
numbers are, but some of them are, some of them are not.
It's a great point. So we'll do an assessment of that.
Hello.
Good evening. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Dennis Roman, and I live in 1983 Northwest, 105 Street. And the address I would like to propose was one of the streets near my house, like one of the traffic lights like stopped working. So that is pretty much it.
I'm not sure if you heard what I mentioned to the other gentleman who spoke. If you can look on our website and send us an email to the Public Works general email address so that with the location, that way we could go and inspect it and assess it, and we can resolve the problem.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else online wishing to speak?
We do have other participants. I'm not sure if they're just, they joined to listen.
If you're
Again, if you're
online,
ready.
you wish to speak, please unmute yourself. You want to try one more time, Madam Clerk, before we close public comments?
Absolutely.
What are the names so you can call them
I
out?
see from my screen, Rene Ochoa. And that is the only name that I see in my screen. If Mr. Ochoa wants to speak in public comments, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and welcome. I believe no more public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comments is closed. We're moving on to committee reports. We have the Culture Affairs Committee Chair Salazar.
Appointments?
Yeah, I think we skipped over 7.
Give me 1 second, Chairwoman. We have Daniel Gonzalez, the Economic Development Committee, by Councilmember Tony Fernandez, and Maria Planas to the Elderly Affairs Committee by Councilmember Luis Collazo. Maria Planas needs a waiver of the rules.
I'll move it.
to waive.
There's a motion and
I'll
second.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Daniel and Maria are officially appointed. Are they here tonight? If you could stand up and let's give these folks a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for volunteering. Folks like you are what makes our community great. So thank you for giving back. We're moving on to the committee report. Chair Salazar.
I hope I don't get an echo. You hear me? Excuse my voice. Good evening, Mayor, council members, town manager, Madam Clerk. It's an honor to be here tonight. This is the semi-annual report for the Cultural Affairs Committee. You have in front of you a copy of our report. We have a list of the members. There's some members that have not been attending. And at our last meeting, we requested for them to be removed so we could have quorum. We'll be sending you the names I don't want to tire you with all the names here, but we'll be sending you the names of the members that are not attending. So some are out because of illness. So hopefully they'll come back, but some have not, they joined, but then now they don't have the time. So following that, we have our 2022, 2023 budget for each of the events. We had our book talk. Then we had our Hispanic Heritage Month, the jazz concert, the holiday book reading, What's Your Love Story, our Black History Month, Florida Memorial University Chorale concert, our Women of Distinction, and last but not least, the Earth Day exhibit. Our upcoming events, we have Pen and Picture for Mom on May 13th at the Farmers Market from 9 a.m. till about, 10 till about 12:30 or 1. Father Fishing Tournament. I welcome all of you that have kids to please come. It's our tradition. I mean, the same as our Pen and Picture for Mom has been on like forever. And I know the kids enjoy it. Then we have our Independence Day concert on the 4th of July. The Symphony of the Americas, we're working on scheduling something on August, but we have to confirm with the church. We have another book talk in September. Then we have a Hispanic Heritage Month, and this year we want to feature Spain. So it's going to be a good one. And then we have a jazz concert in November. We're hoping to do it indoors because unfortunately the last one that we did, we had a downpour. So we're hoping to do it indoors. So we're working on that one. One of the items that the committee requested to present to you is to increase the Independence Day budget, because here I have the list of the expenditures from last year, and I'm sure they're going to go up. So I don't know if you have a copy, but I'll be happy to give you one as you requested. And they want to increase this budget by 15,000, which include, increase in the vendor's cost, permits, stage, lights, etc. So this is up to you that's what they requested, but it's up to you to approve this. So we appreciate if you could help us on this. We know that the 4th of July is one of our feature events for the year, and it's very well attended. We're hoping to get a lot of food trucks and, make some money there. But again, we don't know how much the vendors are going to charge us this year. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them if I can. Thank you.
Any Councilwoman Toronto? And anybody else?
I have a comment and a question. My comment is regarding the jazz concert. Can you possibly try to look at 2 different options, and if it doesn't rain, still host it outdoors? I think that one of the loveliest things about that concert.
I know. One outdoors
that it's in the
is
park.
wonderful because it's the way to enjoy the park, and I like doing outdoor events too. Doing it indoors limits the amount of people that can attend. And actually, Nicole Henry was kind enough to say that she would come back to do it. I think she only did one song.
I know.
And it was pouring.
And it was
I have a
pouring.
video
She
of her
sang in the rain.
soaking
She was
wet,
a
so
trooper.
it was very sad. But it only rained that moment. After that, it cleared up. So I don't know. It was
So if you could consider, hosting it at the park and maybe as a plan B, an indoor venue, because I know that the residents truly enjoy
I
the
know,
outdoor
I know.
element of it.
And we have beautiful pictures of the park full of people
Yes,
enjoying the concert.
it is.
So I think that the 2 events that we do in that park mostly is the 4th of July and the jazz concert.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. And my second question is the budget increase. How much is that, the dollar amount of the increase?
Well, I have some numbers here from last year. And we're going to meet tomorrow and discuss our upcoming, budget. So these numbers may vary, what we had for last year. Okay, I know that we paid 30,000 for the firework, which is what the town pays. We don't pay that. And then here we have like a total from last year was $22,573.53. So we don't know how much that is going to increase. That's why we were estimating that $15,000 would cover whatever increase we may have for.
And
this coming-
what's on your current budget actually that was approved?
Okay, I think I have it here. If not, I have someone here who can help me. 4th of July. Let me see. We have 11,000.
You have 11, so you're asking for a $4,000 increase?
Yes, hold on a second, because I have. Maybe it's 15, hold on a second. hold
You're
on.
asking for 15 in addition to the 11?
Yes, because the budget for last year was 22. So it's to cover that amount.
Okay.
Is the difference in pricing possible sponsorship dollars?
If we could get sponsors, that's what we struggle with, because I know some committees have a lot of sponsors, and our committee only can make the money through, when we do the 4th of July or any sponsor, like for the Women of
Historically,
Distinction, we had Memorial, and we had another agency that, donated money, but it's very hard.
I think historically the Graham companies have always have contributed.
No, I know the Grahams always give us money for the 4th of July.
So could that be the big, I understand where Councilwoman Rano is and kind of what we're discussing. It's a big jump, right? And then the issue is, where do we get those monies from? Because we have a finite amount of money. So if we had to allocate $15,000 right now, it's going to come out of some other pot of money.
Yes.
So that being the issue, I believe the issue may have been created by the fact that maybe the sponsorship dollars aren't put into that formula yet, right? So
Yeah.
the drop off, I don't know if you know that or not, but is that what's creating the $15,000 gap right now?
Well, like I said, this was discussed as our last meeting, and well, the way I see it, as a chairperson, is we still need to see where we can. Thing is, we keep moving money back and forth, and is affecting other events. And I know at the last meeting, we moved some money, and you told us that as long as we have money for upcoming events, not to use it. So that's why, right now, this is something that we can keep discussing at the committee level, but this is what they ask me to present to you. So whether the numbers are accurate, or maybe they're a little bit not conservative, a little bit, just to cover whatever we may not get. So we can still work it out. We're hoping to get, sponsors and spread the word. That's the key. We need to start asking for sponsorship early on, and everybody's competing for sponsorship. I mentioned that at the committee meeting, chairman's committee meeting. So it's not easy. And we want to give quality events to the citizens of the town.
Mayor? Yeah, and Felicia, I know you that Madam Chairwoman, I know that you're the spokesperson, so you're here doing the dirty work for the committee. But as you know, I know you've been served on our committees since the inception of the town, so we have our budget process. Really, there's 2 bites or 2 opportunities for added funds to a committee during the normal budget process that we're just now entering in the summertime to start in October, as well as the process that we just went through last month, or the last 2 months, which was the carry forward amendment from the leftovers from last year. Really, mid-year, it'd be almost impossible to allocate monies to your committee for this event, because as Councilmember Collazo stated, it would have to come from something else. That's all, the money's already been allocated. There's not just like extra money laying around. The one thing I would request of the committee or make the recommendation to the committee would be for you to work with your liaison, take a look at your existing budget, see if there's monies that you want to rearrange. And I know you know that process. Your committee does that every once in a while, is move money from one event to another to cover some of these potential shortfalls. The other option would be, as was stated already, would be the sponsorship, because otherwise there really isn't any other extra pot of money. There's no savings account that we can draw from to allocate to the committee for. And as we stated, the Independence Day celebration is one of the biggest. That and the Veterans Day Parade are the two biggest events that we have here. But I just wanted to put that in, maybe have your committee work with the liaison to look at your existing budget, see if monies can be reallocated from another event, and then work on the sponsorship, because there's really not any pot of money that we can just draw from, because then we'd be taking it away from something else.
Yes.
So-
As I mentioned before, we're having our budget review tomorrow. We may have a little workshop by itself, because that topic is very complicated, and then we take time for other items. And one thing that I remember when we started the committee way back in 2001, we used to have money that we could carry over. We don't do that anymore. And I think that's, in some years, like I know with the pandemic, we were able to, carry over because there was nothing going on. But I would appreciate, as an individual, if you could, help us carry it over if you can. I mean, it's something that it was done before, and I don't know why it was stopped. But that would help us if we don't use the money. We like to use it for the following year. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Again, thank you for letting me talk to you today. And again, don't forget Mother's Day. We have our Penny Picture for Mom. If you have kids, grandchildren, it's the place to be at my farmers market on Saturday, May 13th. And thank you, everybody. And happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Chair Salazar. We appreciate you and the committee and all the work that you all do. Thank you very much. We're moving on to Director Badgedown with introduction of our new Special Projects Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. Today, I have the pleasure to introduce you to our new Special Projects Manager. This is a role that is extremely dynamic and vital to our department. This individual will spearhead the direct liaisonship and direct customer service for our NSDs, as well as serve as our emergency manager and pretty much provide a lot of the administrative support to the town manager and deputy town manager for all of our emergency related response, going into it, pre-planning, as well as coming out of a storm and any incident and everything that follows through with that. This individual also will sit as the secondary administrator within the department, handling with all the day-to-day tasks for everything managed within our parks and our recreation side. So it's an extremely dynamic role. And we think that the gentleman we brought in, Mr. John Paul Yanes, is going to fit that role in a perfect fit. Mr. Yanes comes to us with a bachelor's in science and sport and management, and actually just this past Saturday received a dual master's in both sports exercise performance psychology and a master's in business administration. He has worked in the past on both the public and private sector, working at a local youth center down in Coral Gables at the beginning of his career, working for some financial institutions on the member services side. And then eventually last year, he held a position as the operations manager for the Alpert JCC, where he managed day-to-day operations for a large community center that served hundreds of residents within that community. At the end of it, all of his experience has shown, and what we've seen from him has shown a dedication to customer experience and customer satisfaction. He has been extremely well with his communication throughout the entire lengthy process of our interviewing. He has been there to provide additional support information when requested, and we've never had to ask for anything twice. And that's something that as director, I definitely love. And with that, I would like to bring up Mr. John Paul Yanes.
Hello, Council. Hey, Joe. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be part of the team. It's been great to come here and be so welcomed. So I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to contribute and make a difference to our community here in Miami Lakes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
welcome.
Welcome to the family.
I was super excited today. So I was talking to the manager and he was talking to me about you and your background. And I've been a little frustrated with special taxing districts and different things to deal with that. One of them is the LPR at Section 1. He told me, he was like, listen, if anybody can get it done in a timely manner, it is John. So I was like so ecstatic, man. So I'm super happy that
We're
looking forward
in
to
reality, I told them not to scare you away in your first month here, right?
But welcome. We appreciate you. We love and congrats again on your educational background. That's amazing. We love
appreciate it.
hearing that. And
Thank you so much.
Where did you go to school?
I went to University of Florida for my undergrad, and I heard that's a touchy subject here, so I apologize. And I just graduated from Barry University for my my dual master's program.
Nice. Very
For the record, I did grow up across the street from FIU, so I'm very familiar.
Oh, that helps. Well, welcome.
Thank you so much.
However we could be of service, looking forward to working together.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You can always pick up on the map. Thank you.
Now we're on to Director De Cardenas and Jonathan Gill are going to be presenting the communication strategy presentation. The Lakers too. Lakers.
Good evening or good late afternoon. Usually I'm here very late presenting to all of you, so happy to be doing at the beginning of the agenda. I'm Claricel de Cardenas, Communications and Community Affairs Department Director. A Marketing and Digital Services Specialist, Jonathan Gill, will provide a report on the townwide marketing plan proposed by Councilmember Marilyn Ruano. Our goal is to outline the standard operating procedures for marketing events, initiatives, updates, meetings, news, and more. Jonathan has been in this role just shy of a year and has taken complete ownership of the town's branding. Together with Jacob, our communication specialist and our photographer, they have strengthened the digital identity of the town. Although social media plays a significant role in our communications plan, traditional communication channels are also included. And as you listen to this presentation, it's important to mention that nearly all of the town's social media engagement and reach is achieved through organic means. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jonathan Gill. I'm the Marketing and Digital Services Specialist here at the Town of Miami Lakes. And I'm excited to be able to present to you all the department's vision and how we communicate our for the town and lend a voice to the town. And this is by means of our communication strategy, which I hope you guys have a copy of. Okay. So as much as populations and needs change, through movement or aging or, what have you, the needs of the population and the means of which we communicate also change, right? So for an entity to effectively market and communicate itself, that body must, we have to aim at a target that we might not necessarily see in front of us. And so in its simplest terms, our department's mission is to provide pertinent information to all who live, work, play, and, interact with us here in town of Miami Lakes. And we do this by keeping 3 goals in mind. So that's organizing and sharing information from our department. Through other departments, we have to communicate as well. We have to create traditional and social media campaigns to be able to reflect the goals set forth by the council and the town manager. Be it social media, press releases, email blasts, directly to residents. And another major goal is to celebrate the town. Its people, the workers at town hall, businesses, and to portray the town cohesively and in accordance with its founding values and principles. So with all this in mind, we know that residents want and need to see certain things from us. These things don't change as much as the means in which we communicate do change. So that's something that we keep in mind, and that is very helpful that their needs don't change as much. So first of all, we have updates from the town council. As a legislative head, residents need to know about upcoming meetings and to have meeting recordings available in a neat and accessible way so they know what's going on, what comes out of these four walls. We're lucky to work hand in hand with the town clerk and the office of the town clerk with Gina, Victoria, and Joel. They do a fantastic job in making sure we all do our part in making sure that residents stay up to date with what goes on in here. Number two, updates from administration and departments, the day-to-day activities that go on in and around town. So that's, tree care, financial information, programs, things that, perhaps residents have more of an interaction with on that day-to-day basis. Number three, how the town achieves its missions and goals. This is the way services and initiatives are funded. Through taxpayer means or funding sought through the grants department, any sponsorship dollars raised by the committees. The town is big on excellence through financial transparency and transparency as a whole, and that's something that is very key for residents to be aware of. We just updated our tax receipt video for Miss Melissa Hernandez, our awesome budget officer, and it's something that residents need to be aware of. How the town responds to needs of residents. Alongside a broadcasting tone, we try to incorporate a more conversational tone with residents so that they don't feel as left out, or if they send us a message on Facebook or Instagram, that they know that their voice is going to be heard. We're accessible through many social media platforms, email and phone lines, public inquiry forms. And for example, our new website, we're trying to make it as seamless as possible so residents don't have their voices unheard. And number five, promoting and highlighting events in town. We use our channels to attract audiences, new and old, in and out of town, according to our standard operating procedure, alongside efforts of town committees and intergovernmental relationships, so that we can make sure that we do everything that we possibly can to make sure that, however we can promote an event, get the reach out, it's achieved. So here you can see in front of you the process in which the department intakes either ideas or initiatives to create effective and engaging communication efforts for residents. This is a feedback loop that guides and informs us and allows us to keep the community appropriately informed, involved, and interested in the happenings in and around the town of Miami-Lakes. So as you can see, it all starts with the community, their needs, and any feedback that runs through the departments directly, our department directly, the town council or the town manager. Everything sort of funnels through us, and that allows us to create a strategic communications plan. So we have to assess the importance, the needs, who needs to see it, why they need to see it, why it's important, why it matters, why they should care. Through that, we utilize our appropriate communication channels to determine, do we need a flyer for this event? Do we need a press release for this new program? And then we coordinate with partners and available resources. We have a great relationship with the local Chamber of Commerce, intergovernmental affairs. Again, we try to make sure that we tap into every network that we can to, get the word out there for whatever it is. And then we have our deliverables. So once the event is done or the flyers are out, the community intakes that, and we start again at the beginning where the feedback loop informs itself. So, and then we get to our sort of our communication web or system, just so you can have an idea of everything that goes into communications for our town specifically. We have our newsletters, of course. We have both our regular newsletter, which comes out monthly. We try to get it out the first of the month. Sometimes it's not so easy, but we send that to nearly 13,000 subscribers, and it's a great way to promote events, meetings, programs, initiatives. In our quarterly business newsletter that we run with the Economic Development Committee. Digital communications, of course, we have our own website. We have Miami Lakes biz.net, which is a great economic tool for local businesses to gain information on how many airports there are in the region, so they could get an idea of what they're getting themselves into. Advertising, public relations, of course, we have digital and print ads. That's something that we go hand in hand with the Meta Business Suite, which I'll touch on a bit later. And when we reference social media, partner outreach, again, then local chambers of commerce, any intergovernmental affairs notice that we can make, word of mouth, and all those things sort of culminate together. In-person communications, of course, we have our awesome police force, who they work very closely with us to make sure, our events are taken care of. They communicate with us so we can get routes for bike rides. We have outreach events specifically for them, the upcoming ice cream with the cop, I believe on May 19th, I believe is the event, the 17th. Well, I'll have to double check on that one. But it's a great initiative. We get to interact face to face with officers in the community. Of course, council and committee meetings where, residents are invited and encouraged to come out and see how these decisions are made, be it the committees, the council members. Of course, at town hall, we have staff that is more than willing to help. And if they have questions about an event or an upcoming initiative, they're more than welcome to come and visit us, email us, call us. We're very accessible in those regards. Signage and outdoors, of course, we have our smart sign on 154. We have banners, we have flyers. We're about to post our graduation banners to celebrate the local graduates and as well as the military tribute banners. So, these are the sort of tools that we have to communicate different objectives in the town. So now we sort of get into what I call it the meat of the entire communications process, because social media is a really unique and versatile tool. So when we talk about specific platforms, we have our town Instagram, and we have two actually. Instagram is it's a visual based platform, and it caters to high quality images, videos. It allows us to live stream directly to residents. We have our pretty much weekly Monday mayoral ribbon cuttings. They're very popular. They're very well received. And this allows us to increase visibility, for our town through engaging content. I will say with a curated feed, we can leverage this growing following using this engaging and personable posts. It's a great platform for people to see Miami Lakes as opposed to, a profile with sort of unengaging, maybe static imagery or flyers or something that isn't exactly the visual, story of the town. That's not something we want to engage with unengaging things, no pun intended, but it allows us to have a really beautiful story told for the town. We have LinkedIn, which is fairly straightforward. It's a business and professional networking oriented site. Lets us connect with other professionals. We also use it in partnership with Instagram to celebrate new hires, which I think is a really nice touch. And it allows people to respond directly to jobs, job inquiries, job openings, which of course, it's all part of the network and making sure that everything is as seamless as possible. We have our YouTube, which is, we all know YouTube as one of the top video sharing websites. It's great for that, for archiving videos, highlight videos, live streams like this great meeting that we're at right now is live streamed to plenty of people. So that's something to keep in the back of my mind. And, as we move sort of into our,
Jonathan, you don't use YouTube Shorts yet? You're using it already?
We've dipped our toes in the water. Like for the Veterans Parade, we had a really nice short that came out. We had one for, the Florida City Government Appreciation Week. I believe we did a nice playful, thing with each department. It's a great, along with Reels.
Get in on it soon, because with TikTok being banned, everybody's migrating to.
If we had a TikTok, we would be worried, but we try to partner with the Reels with the shorts. That's a very great, again, it's engaging content that it can basically be a wildfire in terms of how it grows, how it spreads. And again, as we start to get into our own video production, hopefully, it'll be a great one-stop shop for the, again, the visual side of the town. Then we move into our Facebook, which again is fairly straightforward. It's probably the most, well-regarded social media platform in existence. We have the Meta Business advertising, which this Facebook and Instagram are stem from the same Meta Business Suite. It allows us to do really great advertising, as I mentioned in the how we communicate section. Users can connect based on shared interests or likes. We have again, it has a native event hub, which allows for natural and again, native promotion of events. And it sort of manifests in the way of Facebook being a digital modern age bulletin board, right? Or the town squares board, where you can perhaps, online, you can pin an event information flyer, you can pin a news report, you can pin photos to recap events. And it's a very versatile, not so engaging platform, but again, it's a very important platform that people use. We have our Twitter, which is it's a text-based networking platform. It's very editorial. It's very live. It's very now. It's, you can blast off news. You can thread the news. We can inform residents, in a text-based manner. I will say Twitter is in a very interesting stage at the moment. We just lost our verification because I think on April 20th, you had to transfer over to a paid Twitter Blue subscription. We're looking into the pros and cons about it all. If we should shoot for the $1,000 a month organizational verification, we still have to weigh the pros and cons because it's very changing. The recommendation algorithm it's very interesting. So we're keeping our eyes on Twitter for now. Now that the social media side is, the boring stuff is out of the way. We have our communication matrix, which is it's a great visual tool for residents and staff to identify the utility of certain tools or platforms and, see straight up, what is good for what. If you're looking for, for example, event highlights or photos, you would want a resident to say, okay, I want to see highlights from, paint a picture with mom. I should go to Instagram. If you say, I need an update on public works, you should say, I need to go to the town website, or I need to, perhaps in the Laker, if it rises to that, occasion. But again, without too much detail, it's a really great visual for people to use so that they can reach out and find what they want. I will have this presentation did derive itself from a packet that I came up with, and it goes into way more depth than I could ever go into. So that will be available on the town's website on our department page in the near future. And this will be available in perhaps a better, more visible quality. And I believe that's it. I think we're gonna.
Council, if you have any questions, both Claricela and Jonathan are available. If you have any questions based on our strategy and.
Yeah, the only thing I would say that my preference is on the video editing side, like, gotta invest a lot more in that, right? So like, forget about the Twitter verify, the video editing. I mean, that's just the future of social media's video content. Not even the future now, it's video content. So the more you guys, if there's money, the more we invest in video content for our residents. I mean, that's just what I believe, what I see all the successful folks doing is video content, right? So
right,
you hit on the head. I mean, we do ribbon cuttings where you record and people see things and you get 6,000 views organically, right? And then to get that, otherwise you'd have to, so you realize that people really love video content, right? So,
right. We have been looking more at the photographs and the video side of promotion and highlighting things. We find it, and the numbers speak for themselves, that, if we post a recap of last year's event, that allows us to naturally promote an event for the upcoming year, as opposed to, posting what is admittedly, and again, the numbers speak for themselves, an unengaging flyer that, people start to gloss over. The content fatigue is very real with the unengaging post. So the investment into video content, camera equipment, we have a lot of ambitions on our little studio back there, and where Don is at the moment. So, putting a real investment into the visual side and how we tell the story visually, that's something that we're absolutely looking into.
Whoever wants to speak, jump in.
Thank you for the presentation. I noted here on the email blast, you have 12,000 subscribers. Is there anything that we can do to add to that as the town continues to grow with obviously the 6601, we have South Point coming online. Any strategies that you have in place to try to add additional subscribers?
Right. So
Yeah, we can come up with something and, you know, share it on whether it's social media or on the Miami Laker. Include it in our newsletter, you know, share this newsletter, ask your friends to sign up. We can definitely work on something.
Vice
Okay.
Mayor, one of the things, and I'm not sure if they mentioned it or not, some of this social media language is like a foreign language to me, but one of the things that we can do to expand our base, both in the newsletter, our social media footprint and all of that, would be when we send things out and like this council, that all of you have access to a large number of followers, a large number of people that you have in your address book and so forth. When we put things out, do not hesitate to repost, whatever this is all. Yeah, share all these things, because then that will little by little will expand our footprint and more people will have access to the information that they're developing.
All right, look, the mayor just brought up a good point. We have 17,000, how many? How much? Followers on the 72,000 followers on Instagram. But I know I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from some of the blasts. That's more like informational. I know we have like the recap of the business items, and then we have like upcoming events that we work with Victoria. So I think something like that would be a good strategy, just to increase position ourselves to get an increased volume of email subscribers to receive those blasts.
So on our Instagram, I just recently, I've given it, as close to a facelift as, we can call that. Making sure because you can pin stories to our Instagram, because stories they're non-disruptive posts, but people have to opt in to see them. They have to click on the story itself, but we're allowed to pin it, and it's as close to as a flyer bulletin as we can get. I just recently updated the follow us flyer that's posted to our Instagram. So I'd be more than happy to add the MailChimp subscriber plugin for that.
And the last thing, the mayor's like a celebrity here with the ribbon cuttings and whatnot. But one of the things that resonates with me is in Hialeah, anywhere the mayor goes, you have like this camera guy that goes with him and kind of starts doing these. And going back to the videography piece, have you guys thought of maybe, and as opposed to even comparing, like taking pictures at a ribbon cutting, actually capturing the event as it unfolds and kind of doing a reel and posting and kind of do a comparison side by side of like, will you get more likes or more views compared to just like a picture or a slide of pictures?
Yeah, so we've had internal conversations, interdepartmental conversations. And unfortunately, our budget does not allow us this year to make those purchases for that equipment. So it will be coming up for a request in the next budget cycle. So thank you, Vice Mayor, for that.
I'll be supporting that. Hopefully we have a carry forward.
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, whoever, Councilman Garcia and anybody else, Councilman Hernandez, Collazo, Ruano.
Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate that. What are we doing? I know you're reaching out to our residents, but the Spanish speakers only, do we have like on Instagram, when you post something, is there like an automatic translation in Spanish under it? But because I know on Twitter you have the characters, but on the other platforms you can, do you put in Spanish and English?
We only do English at the moment. I think Instagram allows you to hit the translate button if your phone settings are set to give you that option.
In Spanish, yeah.
But
Okay.
it's something to consider.
If we could maybe add that little verb, translate to Spanish on your Instagram, stuff like that, because I know, there's just our Spanish community.
As she said, I believe it's whatever the user's system language is, you're given the option to translate it to that. Whenever we're given a flyer or something from the county, for example, it's usually given to us in the 3 languages, and we will post, get rid of your standing water flyer, and both are in all, Spanish, English, and Creole. So it sort of depends on what the user is doing, but
Yeah, if we
having-
could just make sure we're making an effort for our Spanish speakers, I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilman Collazo, then I'll come down the line.
Great. Thank you. Jonathan, I'm gonna be quite honest with you, man. I'm very impressed with the amount of information. And not just that, how neatly and the professionalism of the presentation. And I'll be quite honest with you. Wasn't expecting to be such a concise presentation, the amount of effort and work that's gone into it. So I applaud you and your department. And a lot of conversations has kind of revolved around communications and what does communication do, and how can we improve it? Should we bring in an outside agency? I think you guys have the right pieces in place. You just need, I guess, more resources, right? So my first question is really, are you guys going to submit back to us opportunities where you guys can leverage more within the resource you have? I know you already made an ask. You said, look, be looking forward, but is there anything immediate that you guys see right now that's something that can make an impact to your strategy? Is there an opportunity, immediate opportunity that you guys see right now that you know is going to be an ask moving forward?
I don't see anything right now, except for that hardware that we're going to be requesting in order to take our communications to the next level, to continue to reach more people, continue to be engaged with the community. We see it on our Instagram, we see it on YouTube. Video is where we need to move to. Not so much the static flyers that we've actually gone away from, or the images, but really moving into video, and perhaps, not necessarily a podcast like the mayor does, but we've talked about weekly announcements on a video format. We see that the vice mayor's emails, his events emails, they actually are our top producing, our top engaging emails. They get the most open, it's the highest open rate. So people want to know what's going on. So that's what we want to report on. So.
Great. And yeah, that is good information. I think, and that one of the things that we learned also as well, that one of the places where people probably get most information that we receive back is from good old fashioned print, Miami Laker. And I wanted to share a story with you guys about a constituent call that I got earlier, and Victoria helped me out. The guy was so enamored. He wanted to come over here and thank the entire town. It's a 90-year-old gentleman. It's not on Facebook. It's not on Instagram. Asked him to call 311. It was a county issue. It was a clerk of court issues, and got the runaround. It's completely frustrated. So as you develop this strategy, and I know for maybe the people here that are social media friendly, don't forget those people. There is a world of individuals out there, and I'm not just going to say seniors. I'm going to tell, I think we have one here and one that is happily pulling away from social media, right? I used to have a Facebook account, used to be very, very engaged, and made a conscious effort to pull away because I found it's not healthy, at least for me, right? It's not healthy to be in this virtual world, in this virtual space, and maybe being caught up in a lot of stuff. But everybody communicates differently. I think you said that in the beginning of your presentation. Don't forget about those people that have made a conscious effort or are not necessarily engaged in that manner, because this gentleman, 90 years old, was a very clear example of that. And again, Town Hall went above and beyond to a customer level service engagement where it was a county issue, and he wasn't given the bureaucratic runaround. Town Hall fixed the problem for him. So, applaud your staff once again, but as you guys go through this process, I know you're very tuned into it. And it's kind of funny because I know you're tuned into it because you came to me with a strip of negatives the other day. Said, you should see the stuff that's on here. I go, yeah, I've seen it, and you're hunting through these pictures, and they happen to be, these nostalgic representations of a generation that's passed, but they're also one that we can't pass up.
Right.
And I appreciate what you guys did and the time and effort you put in the presentation. So thank you.
All right, so just quickly on that, when we talk about how the town communicates and that system I mentioned, it all matters. That's why we can't just say, maybe not everybody is on Instagram. Not everybody goes to community bulletins outside of our parks buildings. Not everybody has a subscription to a newsletter. So, or to a newspaper at that, especially in today's age, but it all matters. So if only one person picks up the newspaper, which we're very close in communication with the Laker, Isle does a great job in informing, them on upcoming events, upcoming contests, scholarship opportunities. We realize that it all matters. So that's something that we'll absolutely keep in mind moving forward as we, things get more digital. So.
All right. So actually, when Clarice had mentioned the weekly or periodic review, I remember I don't remember if it was the J and K show or the K and J show, but I found that to be rather engaging and entertaining. I look forward to something like that in the future. So my question is more along the lines of, I know you guys mentioned most of the engagement is organic, but some of it is paid boosts and things like that. Can you kind of walk me through how much we currently spend on paid to boost paid ads, and what the strategy is for determining what to boost and what not to boost?
So it all really comes down at a committee level. We don't set aside really a set amount for an entire, committee or an entire group of committees. It's really, for example, we just recently closed out advertising for 3 different programs by the Education Advisory Board. That was the graduation banners, the Awards of Excellence, and the Graham Scholarship. And they opted to put in $20. It's not much, but it's something. And, we got the most scholarship nominations. We got the most award nominations and the most banner orders that we've gotten so far. So it really, it does come down to a committee level, which, it comes down to, perhaps for the Blasting Advisory Board, they don't have a budget, and it makes it hard, perhaps, between the committees to feel like they're getting their recognition. But again, it really just comes down to budgeting, the committee opting to put in money towards advertisements, but we'd be more than happy to put those ads out there when they request them.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like at least in those 3 cases it was effective. So I'd kind of want to look at that across the board and see for some of those topics that we want to highlight how we can leverage that. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the presentation. Jonathan, you're like a hidden gem. I did not know that you knew all of this and that you did all of this. So I truly appreciate Isle. I know that she's here too, and I know that she has her hands in this pot as well. So I'm very impressed with the information presented, and I appreciate that you're considering all of the sources that we have at our disposal to disseminate the information, because a lot of the people that reach out to us quite often are not people that are engaging in these social media platforms. For me, I think that the reason why this was brought up, and it was derived from the committees, from committee feedback, was because some committees felt that events were not being promoted enough. Have you been able to identify anything that would allow for, perhaps, I know we're talking about video content, and I agree, when I am unhealthily using social media, which I think I'm going to follow in your footsteps and wean myself off a little, video is what is engaging. You'll skim through a flyer and you won't even look at it. But if something is moving, you will stop to see, especially if it's something that has some comedy to it, or something that, catches your attention. I'm a pet lover, so animals will always make me stop. So other than the videos, which I agree are very engaging for people, is there any other area that you've identified where perhaps we can improve with regards to event promotion? So
Again, it sort of all comes down to, if an event is perfectly planned and we have enough time to build a campaign, a press release here, a group of photos there, a video there, that's the immediate step one for increasing an event promotion. It doesn't help when we get event information, 3 or 4 weeks before, because, it helps nobody. We don't get to leverage our networks. We don't get to leverage if a speaker is coming, we don't get to make use of their connections either. So it all matters again. When we talk, so for a little context, when I sort of graduated into this position, I was very clear with Clarisol that I wanted to create a visual identity with the town. And it does help with promoting events, because Again, we have a lot of, and Jacob is a great help. We all know Jacob. He has that beautiful sounding camera. I know you've made note of the
Click, click,
sound,
click, click.
the sound of the mirror.
Paparazzi.
No, it's great. And when we have photos of an event and we have natural interaction with sponsors and residents, it's very easy to say, this is an event that we had previously. This is what you can expect to see. And then at the end of it, we can push that. That is our natural promotion. There can be a volume of flyers posted. And again, this is sort of all centered around Instagram because that is the visual based platform. But they're not engaging. It could happen in a high volume, but when people don't really care and you turn them off from caring, that's the immediate step one. So, again, supporting Jacob and his beautiful photography, the photos, proper planning for events, it all adds to the.
So since you bring up the proper planning for events, and I hate to be the bad guy, but I'm usually the bad guy. There are some events that are very last minute that they don't give us the opportunity to promote them. And so our resources are spent and there isn't a lot of engagement.
Right.
There are also some events that I feel the community has outgrown per se, or maybe just become tired of events that have been going on for a long time. And so the community is just not interested. And I don't want you guys to be the bad guys, but if there are events that you identify that perhaps, you can see through your advertising methods that the community just doesn't have an appetite for, I'd love for you to share that with the committees and with us, because those are resources that we're using or monies that we're investing for things that the community perhaps just doesn't want to see anymore. So I think that that's one of the things that we have to look for. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you so very much. And I'm looking forward to liking and sharing. That is what Claricel has told me to do. Like and share.
On your point with the events, I've been here since 2012. And I've seen the change this community has undertaken. I think it would be wise for us to invest in a survey to the community to see what these new neighbors, new faces, what do they want to see coming out of the town? Do they want a 4th of July event? Most likely, because it's always jam-packed, but is there something that is out there that we are not providing to them? So that's something that we've talked about as well, and we're going to look into doing something like that.
That's a wonderful idea.
All right. Thank you guys very much. Good job.
To
you.
Councilwoman Ronald's point, there used to be a way that the committees would communicate that back to us. And I go back to Perdomo days, but I wasn't serving on the dais at that time, but I remember him from council meetings where they would put a budget, it would put the estimate of the individuals attended, and then how much did the event, how much exposure was the town financially for the attendance. And it's just a simple breakdown, attendance divided by the amount that's spent on the event. Yeah. Is that still around? I don't know. I didn't see.
We can implement that, and because we use Eventbrite, we can pull that information from the tickets that are sold through
Right.
Eventbrite.
But absent of a survey, that might be a current barometer, so to speak. If you're spending $5,000 on an event and only 50 people showed up, is that really a worthwhile event?
There's some events that wouldn't be practical, like Independence Day or the Veterans Day Parade, because there's no accounting of how many people are there. So we'd have to guesstimate.
I guarantee you that there's a pretty close estimate with that guy over there because he can approximate crowds pretty well. I mean, I clearly we're not going to get an exact number, but
An idea.
yeah, 10, 15,000 people at the park, we know we're getting a good return on investment there.
I'm so sorry. Do you have a way to measure how many individuals interact with each method of communication? Go ahead.
So I think a great example is we recently did the Best of Miami Lakes award nominations and, giving out the awards. And we tried to track per platform, which, we were given custom links to each platform and we would only post that link on that platform. So when we saw the engagement, we knew exactly where it was coming from.
Okay.
And what we saw was on our Instagram stories, which again is it's not a disruptive, it's a non-disruptive means of communication. People can see it, but it won't disrupt their feed. It won't, they have to opt into it again. And that was by far the most popular. I think it probably outshined our Twitter, our Facebook, and our press release links. Probably 10-1. I have to crunch the numbers again because that was in November, but it's pretty clear where the interaction lies and where
Okay,
the
so
interest lies.
Instagram is the leading of the
Oh,
social media.
Absolutely.
And with regards to, for example, emails
Mhm.
or the Miami Laker, I know that the Miami Laker gets an enormous amount of attention from all, I guess, all age groups, because I do receive a lot of phone calls about things that people read in the Miami Laker. Would we be able to measure that somehow, or we don't have means to measure that?
Well, I just off the top of my head, now that you mention it, it could be something as simple as asking them to implement a QR code instead of a link, so people can scan that, and we'll be able to see how many people straight
Scanned
the
through the
paper
Laker.
visit the link to nominate a business. And it's simple things like that. Putting a QR code on a flyer. We are moving towards QR codes and altering the back end as opposed to spending money on reprints. You fix the
Okay.
QR code and you call it a day, but you
Right.
can still rack in the numbers. Putting QR codes into the Laker, because we do have a lot of events and programs
Okay.
and nomination forms that go through the Laker. So I think that would be a great way to
That would be an interesting way to measure that
leverage
interaction.
that interaction. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you guys. You have something else?
Yeah, no. To Councilman Collazo's point, I remember when I chaired youth activities, part of our semi-annual report to council included estimated attendance for all of our event. I kind of always assumed that all the committees did that. I don't know if youth activity still does that, but it was definitely done before I was chair and while I was chair. So I think it is definitely something very, very useful, especially when we get closer to the budget process where we examine committee events and their funding levels.
If I may, I will say at least to the report side, I'm not sure what committees are looking to do, but now that, we're cracking down really on our sponsorship packages, and that information should be included in the sponsorship package, of course. So it is something that the committees are going to have to look at some point, because, not every event will be treated the same. Bingo luncheons are not the same as senior health forums, not the same as 4th of July or the Veterans Parade. So at least on an internal level for each committee, they should absolutely soon be looking to gauge each event and what they expect to get out of that event.
One last thing, and it's a challenge to everybody in this room. If you have Instagram, I want you to open your Instagram page right now and open the town's page.
I just stopped receiving the Herald on my driveway like 4 or 5 years ago, so.
I will say every now and then I do pop my head into Ed's office and I ask when he'll be making an Instagram, just to one, bother him, but two, see if one day he'll give into that. Yeah.
So that first post on the top left, the senior art project, I want you to open it. I want you to like it or double tap it. And that little paper airplane, I want you to click that little paper airplane and add it to your stories. Yes. Thank you. You are all hereby ambassadors of the town's social media platform. Thank you.
We have officially amplified the message.
And if I may, if you guys can see the Instagram, I really want to emphasize the work that Jacob has put in. We are both photographers, but he has a camera and I don't, so he uses it. Yeah, right. I take analog photos, but that's not very helpful on turnaround time. Yeah, all of it. Wow.
Thank you, guys.
I have a bucket upstairs.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you.
Jonathan
Good
did a
job.
great job. He was very nervous, but
Good
he did a
job.
great job.
Good job. Good job. We appreciate you guys. We're moving on to the attorney presentation. You all have 25 pages, but I do know that we have an executive session coming up. So you guys, I know you're going to be as efficient as possible. Hello, hello.
Hello. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so briefly, I'm sure you've heard, because I've told most of you, or Lorenzo's told most of you, what came down. And let's be clear as to what's come down and how we got to where we are. That will take a minute. There's a whole lot of concepts that you hear, but I've got to give you the basics. We filed, Michael Pizzi and his legal team filed a lawsuit against the town. It is a civil lawsuit. They have the burden of proof in the lawsuit. They are the ones that have to prove beyond, a preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance of the evidence, basically you take Lady Liberty, you put her hand, you use the scales. If the evidence tilts one way, that person wins. If the evidence tilts the other way, that person wins. That is wholly different from a criminal case. A criminal case, the United States, in his case, had the burden of proof beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt as to whether or not he was guilty of the 6 crimes of which he was charged. He had the right not to testify, which he didn't. His attorneys brought forth one of his defenses, which was argued not only pleading wise, but also by his attorneys during closing argument, that he was entrapped. What entrapment means, essentially, most of us think of it as, hey, I was guilty of what you're, I'm sorry, not guilty. I engaged in the acts which you accused me of doing, but I was not predisposed to do it. In other words, the government essentially tricked me into it. That was one of his defenses. How the jury came to their conclusion that he was not guilty, we'll never know. It could have been that they felt, yes, he was entrapped, or he also pled, hey, I didn't do this. He can plead in the alternative from what I understand. I'm not a criminal lawyer, but that's what I understand. And I believe that's what he did. This case had 3 separate orders granting our motion to dismiss. The standard in reviewing those motions to dismiss was, if you accept them as true, does he state of cause of action? 2 judges issued 3 opinions dismissing the case. The 3rd District Court of Appeal reversed those decisions and said, essentially, you jumped the gun. He has the right, based on what he alleges, to see if he can prove a case. But what's very, very interesting about that opinion is, in their appellate brief, Mr. Pizzi's team asked that court for clarification as to how the trial is to be conducted. It is not a coincidence that the 3rd District Court of Appeal came back with an opinion on what was to be done. They didn't have to clarify. They could have said nothing or follow the law. If you read that opinion as to how the case is to go forward, most of us, even lawyers who would just read that opinion, wouldn't understand why the 3rd District Court of Appeal said some of the things that they said. The 3rd District Court of Appeal basically said you get the right to do discovery, you get the right to do depositions, interrogatories, requests for production, issue subpoenas, etc. Why would any of that be brought up as part of an order reversing something on a motion to dismiss? It's because his team was contending that they could not, that we would not be entitled to get all of that evidence and bring it forth in the civil trial. Think of the OJ case. In the OJ case, he was acquitted in the criminal case. But in the civil case, because the standards are different and what gets to be proved and who gets to testify and how things are done is totally different. OJ got hit for over a $30 million judgment in the civil case. It's a big difference. We're in a different arena. All right. Go to the first slide. So let me take a step back because this is really, really important. We are by no means casting any aspersions on the trial judge. He's a respected guy. He's a learned guy. He's a public servant. Most judges take a pay cut to become judges because it's a calling. It's something you want to do. You know that better than anybody. Okay? You don't do this for the money. Neither does he. I respect him. This legal team respects him. But there's a reason why we have appellate courts. It's to correct judges when they think they are mistaken as a matter of law. I can assure you, if I sat as a trial judge, there would sooner or later come a time when I would get reversed, because I've seen the law on some cases one way and was surprised by an appellate court's opinion. So just because I think this judge is mistaken in his ruling is by no means personal to him, by no means an attack on him or anything like that. But I do have to tell you, you are in charge of the public purse here. So I've got to disclose a lot of these things to you. Many of you are concerned about the public perception. I've heard what's going on in town hall. There are people that are concerned as well, as they should be. In the law, appellate decisions are what we call stare decisis, meaning you've got to follow them typically. In this case, it's a little different. The appellate court ruled on how the trial of this case is to be conducted. That's a mandate. This trial judge has to abide by this court's decision, not look at a law and try and determine what the law is based on the Second Circuit Court of Appeal, the First Circuit Court of Appeal, or prior decisions of the Supreme Court. The Third District Court of Appeal issued an order telling this judge how the trial had to be conducted. We have come before you before. This probably, in my 10 years here, this is the first time we've been nailed on a summary judgment. It's no fun. We didn't expect it. We don't agree with it. But the one thing I can tell you is I try and resolve every single case. I can tell you that I've tried to resolve this case. The Bridges case wasn't a 7-0 vote. I tried to resolve it. Not all of you were in favor, but I try and resolve it. His reinstatement fees case, I came before you. I asked you to resolve it, and we did. This is not personal to Mr. Pizzi. This is not personal to the case. I have tried everything I can, and I have had this discussion with many of you, and we'll have the discussion in executive session. But I have let his team know that we have open to paying him some monies. The problem is the amount of monies that are being requested. It is way north of 7 figures. That is wholly unreasonable. This town is not liable for any and every attorney's fee that he may ask for. He certainly hasn't paid those fees. Let's be clear. And I'll explain to you at executive session how we believe they're coming to it. But he has not paid the amount of fees that he is seeking this town to pay. I have offered very creative solutions to try and resolving this, including one of his biggest beefs, and I believe we were disserved, was by the Becker Polyakov firm. Their lobbyist came into this town, who we paid for, and put this in front of Mr. Pizzi in conjunction with others. We have certain rights against them that we have preserved, including the statute of limitations, et cetera. We have offered Mr. Pizzi's team an assignment of that cause of action. We have been to mediation with them. We have tried to resolve the case, and we'll continue to do so. If I think there's a number, and we'll discuss it at executive session, we'll bring it to you. It will ultimately be your decision. But it's not like I've cut off settlement negotiations or anything like that. They're simply in the stratosphere. Now, all right, go to the next slide. All right, this is, you can't see this, obviously, on the screen. You've got them before you. This page is essentially just a copy of the appellate court's, the trial court's decision. Let's go to the next page. Here it is a little bigger. Essentially, just as the jury's verdict of not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt is not a fact assuring an automatic reimbursement of defense costs, the allegations in the complaint do not without more preclude reimbursement. In other words, you've got to do pretrial discovery. Pretrial discovery and the evidence adduced by the parties will be necessary to determine pretrial discovery, subpoenas, depositions, interrogatories, requests for production. All of that gets to be done. Okay, that's a trial. That's what a civil trial is. To determine whether the town's present allegations are defenses regarding certain matters in the indictment, such as the fabrication surrounding Sunshine Universal, the intermediary said to be procuring the federal grant, but actually a company allegedly formed by the FBI in connection with its investigation, and the questions of whether Pizzi received cash at all, received cash for a favorable vote and campaign expenses, or received cash for Christmas toys can be proven or disproven by either party under the less stringent mere preponderance standard applicable to the civil case. Next slide, please. What we're going to do here is show you on the left side the appellate court's opinion and where we believe the trial court was mistaken. On the left side, the verdict of not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt does not assure automatic reimbursement. Being found not guilty does not mean that he automatically gets reimbursed. Pre-trial discovery, and I know I'm being repetitive, will determine whether the matters in the indictment can be proven or disproven. I just read that to you. On the right side, the trial court said the trial testimony and evidence regarding the acts for which Mr. Pizzi was charged are not material to the only issues in this reimbursement litigation. Those are two completely different statements. Same statement from the appellate court. On the right side, the trial court order. This court rejects the town's argument that summary judgment is not appropriate because it is entitled to retry the federal criminal case within this civil reimbursement litigation. That's not what the appellate court is telling them. The appellate court is telling them, we get to prove it. We get to prove our defenses. We get to do discovery, subpoenas, and everything else. Otherwise, the appellate court would not have said that. Remember, the appellate court said this because they asked for the clarification, because their position has been time and again at the lower court stage, the only act, the public purpose, voting is a public purpose. The only act that counts is his vote. Voting is for a public purpose. He got found not guilty. We have to pay, and therefore we have to pay his attorney's fees. That's it. That is what they were asking the trial court in the appellate briefs as part of the first appeal. That's what they were asking the trial court to agree to, and they wanted clarification. And the appellate court came back with this opinion. Josh isn't here, but Josh and the lawyers in the room know that why would a court talk about discovery and everything else unless it was invited to on ruling on a motion to dismiss? I know for some of you that's, in the weeds, but not for us lawyers. Next slide. Nor does this court find any precedent supporting the town's position, this is the trial court order, supporting the town's position that entitlement to reimbursement requires subjecting a former public official to a retrial of the criminal allegations after having successfully obtained an acquittal on all charges. Once again, you read the part on the left. They have to match. The appellate court has told them what the judge what he has to do. The next one. Burdening a public official with having to submit to a retrial within this civil reimbursement litigation following the not guilty verdicts is contrary to the Thornburg standard. We don't believe that, and is inconsistent with the finality of the official's acquittal of public corruption charges. The judge is saying in his trial order, he got acquitted, we got to pay. We don't get to take into account context, why, how, for what reason he's doing it, what was behind it. That's what the trial judge believes. We think he's wrong. And we think the third DCA told him how to do it and when to do it. This court disagrees with the town's assertion that former Mayor Pizzi is required to relitigate the criminal case that led to the jury's verdict of acquittal of all public corruption charges. Once again, all you got to do is look on the left side. Pretrial discovery and the evidence adduced by the parties will be necessary to determine whether the matters in the indictment can be proven or disproven by either party under the less stringent mere preponderance applicable. This is not a footnote. This is invited opinion from them, and it's throughout the opinion. It's not a short opinion in the third district court of appeal. The verdict, next page. The verdict of not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt does not assure automatic reimbursement. That's from the third district court of appeal. The verdict of not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt does not assure automatic reimbursement. The town did not identify any undisputed evidence that plaintiff personally profited from his vote for this resolution. This verdict came out, the trial judge's order came out on a Friday. I'd call it 3 o'clock, 2:30, 3:30, after lunch. Within 20 minutes, I was getting a call from a reporter. After Mr. Pizzi called that reporter. That's important. Mr. Pizzi is on a campaign to scare this town, to scare you, and to otherwise try and somehow account that he was vindicated for his actions. The evidence that at a minimum has been in the newspapers and has been reported and is in our pleadings. Mr. Pizzi went, this first came up in Medley. These agents went to any number of public officials trying to propose this. Many of them said no. It's in the newspapers. You can Google it. There were many of public officials who said no to this. Mr. Pizzi got on the phone with purported members of the grant team and was asked at one point, is the grant up and running in Medley? Do you have office space? Do you have personnel? Do you have any of that? And he answered yes to every one of those questions. They weren't true, not even close to being true. Mr. Pizzi, at one time, we believe the evidence shows, accepted money. Some agents, the FBI agents called it a closet, in a back office. In other words, an office within an office, from Mr. Candia, and told him he did good. Mr. Pizzi got 3 checks for his campaign. Those checks got deposited, not in a fashion as they were given to him. Because he got 3 checks for $250, he felt he could not accept any more monies because of the limits that were in effect at the time. Because of that, he suggested that they contribute to his PAC. And they did. Mr. Candia, from the way I recall it and the way I understand it, that's when he showed up at his office to give him the money for his PAC. There's all kinds of other issues. Then Mr. Pizzi directed those persons, those FBI agents, to the town of Miami Lakes and to try and get it passed through Miami Lakes. There was back and forth on that. At one time it was pulled because there were questions, and then it didn't get pulled, and then it got put back on there. And Mr. Pizzi sat in that seat right there, knowing everything he had done, and didn't give his heads up to any of his colleagues. Now, you're in a position where Mr. Pizzi, because of his actions, or not his actions, that's a poor choice of words, because of his poor judgment, got indicted. And now you are in charge of, what do we do? That's how we got here. This isn't that we don't want to pay something that we owe. The China got broken, and now he's complaining in the press and everywhere else as to how it gets put back together, and the fact that we're not putting it together the way he wants. That's unfair and unacceptable. We will defend this case. And if appropriate, we will settle the case. We settled his fees case with him, but we're not going to be stuck up. This is not a holdup. This is not a blank check. This is the taxpayers' money. This is money that can go to parks, that can go to police, that can go to infrastructure, that can go to flooding, and you are now in charge of having to deal with this. But to hear vindicated and to somehow cast aspersions on me or on you, to me, is unacceptable. I'm almost done. Next slide. Next slide. All right. This is straight from the third DCA's opinion. The court has to engage in fact-weighing assessments of a claimant's performance of official duties and whether there was truly a public purpose equated with public interest and excluding any taint of private interest. That is in the Chavez case. That is in the Thornburg case. And more important yet, in the Third District Court of Appeals case, telling this court what he has to do. The next steps. We can ask the court to reconsider its rulings. You can bet your life we're doing that. That's going out almost, immediately, as soon as we have it finalized. This is a formal request for an executive session. I think Gina's been circulating some dates with you already. We need to meet and discuss all of this. It's time sensitive because we may have certain deadlines. The next, after, one of the things we're going to consider is whether we're going to just file an interlocutory appeal. We're going to hold off. We're going to discuss that. If not, the alternative is just to litigate over the amounts, spend several $100,000 or more, probably more, then wait to appeal. But these are all decisions we're going to talk about between now and then. That's the status. I have asked you individually to please hold off on your questions. I don't make a living asking my bosses to be quiet. That's not something I want to do. After executive session, of course, you're free to comment as you please. But if you do want to comment, I'll answer any question you have. And yeah, Mr. Mayor, I took way much longer than I anticipated.
No worries, no worries. Luckily, we have you on retainer, not hourly. Anybody have any questions? If not, we're going to move on to the next item in the executive session. Thank you. The next item. No, the executive session was already requested on the record, so that is suffice. So we're moving on to the next item. I pulled it from consent, which was item 10.6.
10G.
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 I'm okay with this contract. I'm okay with it, but and it has nothing to do with Miami Janitorial, but I just want to take a moment to shed light on folks that work for us who are exceptional. Every year when we talk about salary raises or benefits or this and that, I mean, some of these folks that work for our contractors don't get paid that much, right? So I think going forward, whenever we have conversations about raises and getting people involved, I think we should have conversations about our contracted employees. These folks take so much pride in representing our town and working for our town. Sometimes they do jobs that really aren't even in their description, and they go above and beyond, yet they never get recognized. But these people show up every day, wear their head up high, specifically a lot of the folks that work for Miami Janitorial and the different services throughout our town that are here for years. So just wanted to say that for the record, because I think it's really important that some of these folks, we take care of them, we work with them because they love this community so much. And sometimes they work even harder than some of our full-time employees, to be honest with you. I get full-time benefits, and these folks don't get any benefits, and they might get a very small hourly salary. But just want to put that on the record, that they're part of our team. We love them, and I hope when we have those conversations later on this year that we can talk about doing something for our contracted employees that go above and beyond and love this community. But with that being said, I'll make a motion to approve 10G.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Any motions on the consent calendar?
Move it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Ordinances in first reading. Mr. Attorney, you want me to read it or you got it?
Hold it. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, authorizing a loan in the aggregate principal amount of not exceeding $20 million in the form of a non-revolving letter of credit for the purpose of providing liquidity financing for the project described herein, authorizing the issuance of a non-revolving credit note to evidence and secure the note, providing that details, terms, and other matters relating to the issuance of the non-revolving credit note shall be established or provided for in a supplemental note resolution and a line of credit agreement, providing for a covenant to budget and appropriate non-ad valorem revenues as more specifically described in the supplemental note resolution, authorizing the town manager to proceed to develop necessary documents to award and issue the non-revolving credit note and to determine the specific details of the line of credit agreement and non-revolving credit note within the parameters set forth in the supplemental note resolution, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
I'll move it.
This.
Second.
This is an ordinance in first reading. This will come back to us next month. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes. Ordinance in first reading, item 11A. Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano is not here. Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, which is a quasi judicial public hearing. Mr. Attorney.
Please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi judicial in nature. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk. It's hearing number zone 2023-0126. The applicants of Miami-Dade County Library Department, the folios 32-213-004-2420. The location is 6699 Windmill Gate Road, Miami Lakes, Florida 33014. The zoning district is RUTH. An ordinance of the town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone a 89,514 square foot property located east side of Northwest 67th Avenue and just south of the Palmetto Expressway from the RUTH residential townhouse district to the BU2 special business districts, providing findings, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for direction of the administrative official, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Any members from the public wishing to speak? Any members of the public wishing to speak? Do they need to get sworn in, Madam Clerk? Even our staff?
Please. Please raise your right hand. Swear to say the truth and only the truth. Swear to say the truth and only the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is, sorry, microphone is up in my face. This is a request for a rezoning for the lot where the library is sitting on 67th Avenue. It is a welcome request from the library people. They're here in the room right now, representing, I think a few months ago, you all saw a presentation of the project that they're hoping to do on the library site to expand and renovate the library a little bit. When the library lot was conveyed to the town back in 20 years ago, they changed the comp plan on the land to institutional, but for some reason they neglected to change it from the current zoning, which is the townhouse zoning, much like Windmill Gate. They didn't change it to something that would be allowing a library to exist on the lot. So what we have right now is what we call an existing non-conforming use, which means that the library sits in a place that is not supposed to, because the zoning doesn't necessarily allow it. In order to bring that into compliance, if they were doing nothing to the site, they could be there forever and we would never be bothered. But because they're doing the project and they're expanding the footprint a little bit, that increases the degree of non-conformity of the non-conforming use. And therefore, we need to change the zoning first before they can do the site plan. So at this point, procedurally, you're only looking at the rezoning. This is only the first hearing. We will have a second hearing and a site plan approval coming up, hopefully in June. If that doesn't work out, July. And what you're looking at right now is the rezoning from the townhouse district to the next adjacent, which is a BU2. So to make it the same zoning as the Pollo Tropical property right next door.
Questions of staff? Councilman Collazo.
Thank you. And I'm looking at it from two different perspectives. One is a resident, right? That's right, very near where I live, and the other is from a very practical perspective. So, some of the concerns that I've heard from residents in the community was one of the things that you mentioned in your comments, which was a different footprint. Can you tell me just how different? What's the variance from one size to the other?
So we're still working on the site plan, and this is very, very preliminary. But it's basically, and I can, the applicants, architects are here, so they can go into a little more detail if they wish to. But the expansion of the footprint is only 5,000 square feet. And it's only a little bit not towards the townhouses, but more towards the street. So they're gonna redo areas that right now they have enclosed with garden spaces. They're gonna make those actual library spaces, interior spaces, and redo some of their outdoor space. Again, the project so far it hasn't been completely reviewed yet, so I still don't have like my set of comments and a lot of commentary for you guys on the specifics of the project, nor do I want to until I count the trees and make sure the parking works and all these things. But it looks like a very nice project. It looks like something that is going to add a lot of value to the area. And we're working on details as to whether or not there should be separation between Windmill Gate and the library. How does all these things work? And the planning board heard the item on as they do as the local planning agency. They recommended approval, and they recommended that they reach out to the HOA to discuss the details to make sure that that transition between the two uses is nice and it's nice and seamless. And I believe that's what they're working on. Am I right? Yes.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And again, looking at it this from two different perspectives, and I want to make sure that I'm using the right hat when addressing these issues. The second concern that has been raised by the community is one that I think we can answer as well, but I wanted to make sure it was entered into the record. When you're rezoning and changing the use to BU2, could this property in any future use be turned into a commercial shopping plaza if libraries for any reason were surplused or no longer being utilized by the county 30, 40, 50 years down the road? My understanding is there's a covenant that exists with that property and that cannot be used for any other use other than a public space. Is that still going to be in place with this rezoning?
Correct. That's a fantastic question, Councilman Collazo, actually. Thank you for that. So the comp plan underneath it is institutional, which means that only institutional users can be on it at this moment without doing a change to the comp plan. So in order for this land to be used for retail purposes, for example, we would have to undergo first a comp plan change, which is not required for it to continue to operate as a library. Make sense? Second, the agreement that exists right now, by which when the property was deeded to the library system, the deeder, I'm not sure I'm saying that right, but the entity that deeded the property to the library system put in a restriction that could only be used for a library. Now, that is a private agreement that the town does not enter into in any way, shape, or form. We would not be a party of any interest to it. However, should that agreement cease to exist by both sides coming to some sort of agreement and to break it off, the proper zoning for this lot would be not townhouses, because it would be like right adjacent to 67th Avenue, nor would it be the other use right adjacent to it, which is industrial. So we would not like this to turn into a gas station, for example. We would prefer that it be some sort of small commercial, much like it is on the other side. And obviously, anything like that would happen through the process of first the comp plan change and then a site plan approval and all these other things that we do with projects all the time, right? So it's a very, very long-winded, hard to happen thing, but if it were to happen, the BU2 would be the best of the options. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yes, it does. And this is the last, my other concerns are going to be raised during the site plan, which have to do with construction staging. You know, that community in itself is very susceptible to disruption just because there's only one means of exit and one means of egress and entrance. So my concerns with the site plan will be addressed then. The last thing, and this is the point that you just mentioned, and it just came up. I understand that the best use and the proper way to zone it is BU2 and how you're recommending. But the covenant is something that secures its use. And I
Correct.
understand that we're not
Correct.
party to that agreement.
Correct.
Could the BU2 change reference the covenant? So if in the future,
That's a great question for our dear attorney.
Councilman, could you repeat the question? Make sure I
Ms.
understand.
Alonso went into explanation of how the residents in the town are protected from that, from us changing to a BU2 and then there being any future transaction altering the use of that property if for some reason the two parties came to an agreement. Could our change today reference the covenant in the current agreement?
The change today is simply dealing with the rezoning of the property. Your question with regards to the actual covenant, I think would probably be more appropriate when you're taking a look at the site plan approval and whether you're going to approve that site plan, which is for another hearing. So it's going to come before you. It's going to be a public hearing and you're going to decide. At this time, they're not planning on making any changes to the actual library itself. So all you're doing is a simple change. Now, let's talk a little bit about the covenant. What happens with that covenant? Most of, not all the covenants that the Grahams have in place, what they state is that if there's ever a violation of that covenant, the property reverts back to the Graham family. And they would be the ones to go ahead and enforce it. And actually, I think, and Raul, correct me if I'm wrong, it's almost automatic. It would revert back.
Right,
By
but
operation.
if I understand the councilman's question correctly, could we include a covenant that says, fine, we're going to change this zoning for you, but you can't do X, Y, or Z?
Let me give you the
Right.
example. The Grahams are in the business of operating shopping centers, right? Do we agree
Yes.
that that's what they do?
Yes.
We are now changing the zoning for this property to be a shopping center or consistent with shopping center use, right? Although that's not our plan now, and that's not something that the Grahams are planning to do. They've redeveloped other areas. They plan to redevelop more areas, I'm sure, into the future. Could this, right, be opening the door to eventually this library, if it doesn't exist or it reverts back to the
Mhm.
Graham, be converted into a shopping center? While that's not the intent now, how can we, as a board, ensure that that's what's going to happen into the future? While we're not party to that covenant now, could we reference that in this zoning change?
I believe, if everybody agrees, that we could put a covenant that it is not to be used for a shopping center or
And
some
that's-
purpose like that.
And that's my interest as a resident, but also as a member on this board, right? We have everybody's assurances. We know that people on this board change, minds change, right? The vision to how Miami Lakes grows changes and redevelopment changes the face of the community. I just want to make sure that's something that we can ensure our residents with. So
Susanna, is this property owned by the Grahams or is it owned by the county?
Miami-Dade County.
If the
Public Library.
county agrees to the covenant that it could never be used as a shopping center or something like that, there's nothing prohibiting the parties from doing that.
And again, it's not only owned by the county, but it's under their underlying comprehensive plan which is the boss, right? So the leading document in all of this is always a comp plan. We cannot rezone something out of what the comp plan allows. And the current comp plan designation does not allow for any retail to happen on this property at all.
So Suzanne, I'm
would
gonna give you,
It
for
would have to be
Councilman
recomped.
Collazo's point, I'm gonna give you some real world examples.
Correct.
Banco Popular wanted to do retail. They couldn't do it because the Grams had a
Didn't allow
covenant
it.
and the
Correct.
Grams sent them a letter. There's a vacant parcel on the west side that they wanted to do retail and they couldn't do it because the
Right.
Grams owned the covenant.
Correct.
Like they do all the properties here in the town, the signage, the uses. Although you own the same thing happened with, I think the building over here on the corner on 154, there was a bunch of different folks that wanted to do different uses and the Grams are like, nah,
do
Nina,
that,
we own the,
That's a legal term.
yeah, we own.
That's
we
a
own-
technical term, yeah.
So
Yeah.
bottom line, do the Grams still have the covenant at this site because they gave this property to the library system as part of their concurrency, same way they gave all the other parcels. So I've seen already multiple times that the Grams, I'm okay with doing whatever you guys want to do, but I've seen the Grams multiple times send legal letters and say, hey, look, you cannot do retail there. And they did it most recently to Banco Popular, one of the larger community banks who wanted to do retail shops on the bottom.
Yeah,
And they
but
told
the
them no.
point that I think the attorney and I were trying to make on that is that is 100% a private agreement between the Grams and the library system. It is not something that the town enforces. It is not something that the town is a party to, and it's not something that we are entitled to even demand of the Grams that they continue to enforce. And that's the
Oh,
part that
wait.
we want to make very clear.
Wait, I'm
That-
confused about something. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
This land is owned by Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County wants to rezone the land.
Correct.
Why can't we as a town put a condition and a covenant that says you can never operate this as retail space?
You could, we could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's what the councilman,
There's
that's
an
kind of-
existing covenant with the Grams, and what you're asking is for them to enter into a covenant with the town.
I wanted to keep it at the library as long as possible, right? And I want to take away the people's fears that it's going to turn into a shopping center in the future. Whichever way is the simplest thing to do that is the only thing that I'm asking for. And I think it's a very reasonable request because we reopened the zoning, we reopened the opportunity to change things. And I think sometimes people are a little resistant to change in that neighborhood. I think people have gotten used to being a library. I welcome the change that the library system is doing. I think it's beautiful. I visited the new library in Doral. I'm amazed. And I'm really looking forward to that. I just want to make sure that people don't have the script flipped on them in the future. That's all. And any way that we can do that, whether it's with legalese or an agreement, I think it eases whatever decision we make here and it makes the town a little bit more comfortable with it moving forward. So I just want to make sure it was addressed somehow, whether it's through the site plan process or through this process. I'm comfortable either way that you guys advise.
I had two quick questions for you. The park obviously staying there, correct?
The what?
The park that we own.
I believe so, yes.
All right, so
That stays.
We don't own the park.
what's that?
We don't own the park.
Yeah, they lease it to us. So it's ownership.
The
You're
park is-
transferring
the park
ownership
is
on.
remaining.
Renderings that we've seen.
Yes.
Got it. Question
But
on
again,
the
Mr.
on-
Mayor, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but just so you understand, we're doing just a zoning, so we
no,
haven't.
I understand.
We're not there
So
yet.
on the BU2 zoning. So if Director Baker wanted to do a partnership and activate the space with a Pasión de Cielo inside, Juan Valdez Coffee, a Starbucks inside of the library, they could do that.
Yeah.
I'm just
I mean,
thinking
we-
outside, no, but it's not
From
really.
the town perspective, yes. From whatever restrictions they may have, private restrictions they may have, I'm not privy to answer that question. But
Got it,
from the
got it.
town perspective, yes.
Okay, no, Director Baker, I appreciate you guys pushing forward. I mean, we met, it seems like it was like a decade ago on talk, when you guys first had raised, when the millage went up, remember we had that conversation about refurb? So I'm really happy to see that finally, I don't know if you want to come up and say a few words, but I'm really happy to see this finally coming to fruition. Obviously, I know it's in pieces, but this is 100%, with your site plan, everything is and Susanna, maybe this is for question for you too. All of this is contingent upon them pulling a permit on this, or we're moving forward on the rezoning, then the site plan, then we're, okay.
Right. So first of all, good evening, Ray Baker, Director of Miami-Dade Public Library System. Good to see you all tonight. Happy to be in the town of Miami Lakes. And we appreciate all the help that planning and zoning has provided us over the last few months as we've been working on this, and also the work we've done over the last several years in bringing this to fruition, which started off as a very small discussion and has now turned into a major renovation that we're planning for this branch, which I hope will be a library for the next 50, 100 years as well. So to answer your question, I'm sorry, ask your question again. It's getting late. Yeah.
No worries. I'll address those, Susanna. This is
Yeah.
the first reading on that, but just want to say I appreciate you keeping your promises, because when we first had that conversation, I think it was with Manager Ray, we had met, we talked about it. You were like, no, this is going to happen. I know the
taking some time.
wheels
Yeah.
take a little long, but I'm super happy that this is going to happen here in our community, because I think activating that space and doing some of the different stuff that is going to happen there is going to make it. I mean, think about it. That library, when was it built? 1970?
I think it opened in the early 80s. Yeah.
Early, yeah. So seeing this happen today in 2023 is big, and it also breathes life into that, to the asset there in our community that's utilized by everybody Northwest Stage. So
Excellent. And I remember your question now. We are at 100% construction drawings, and we are ready to begin turning things in for dry run permitting. And, we're coming for this zoning change because to conform with your code, and this is, if we didn't have to do this, we wouldn't be coming to you. If we could keep it residential for the next, 50, 100 years, we'd be fine with that as well. But we want to make sure we're in conformance. We have no plans to build anything other than a library. I know we can't, necessarily rely on covenants of other properties and things like that, in the future, but our intention is to do a major investment into this branch to fully modernize this library and make it a little bit bigger.
good. Any question of Director Baker?
With the understanding that it's only first reading, I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the zoning change.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11B. Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate you. So Suzanne, in June, we'll have this and the site plan together?
Correct. So we will do it, we'll do the second reading on this. And after that, we will do the site plan as a separate application. And I'll have a full package for both.
Perfect.
So that you can see, what the project entails, what are the accommodations that they're making for the neighborhood. We can discuss issues with the staging and with the phasing of the project so that it doesn't inconvenience the neighbors as much as possible. We can discuss all those details. Should be fine.
Thank you, Susanna.
All right.
And we're moving on to ordinances and second reading. It's a public hearing as well. Item 12A.
12A.
Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 17 by creating Section 17.3 of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, this is my item on the abandoned vehicles that we've discussed twice now. I previously provided photos of the types of vehicles this would be targeting. With that, I urge its adoption and move its adoption.
I'll move it.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Oh, I understood that Councilman Diegues moved it, then Vice Mayor Alvarez seconded. Yes.
Yes,
just to
ma'am.
make sure. So ordinance in second reading, item 12A. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo is absent. Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, 13A. 13 is a resolution, so just a regular resolution is not an ordinance. It doesn't have to be read into the record. And
I think this has to be a public hearing, Mayor.
a resolution,
Well, because it's naming of a facility.
this is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Seeing none. Public hearing is closed.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes. Resolution 13A. Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes, yes.
Councilmember Diegues,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo is absent. Vice Mayor Alvarez. is
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes, the motion passes.
The motion passes.
We're on a
Mayor.
point of personal privilege, the vice mayor.
Mayor, point of personal privilege. To Diane's point, right, for Teacher Appreciation Week, I want to take a moment for the council and the mayor to recognize someone that's with us here today in council and chambers. We have a student last year, graduated from SLAM. Got to hear his compelling story, right? And I got to connect with him earlier last week. And he came to speak to students, dual enrollment students on our campus, right? So, behind every great student, right, there's a great leader and there's great teachers. And I know Miss Montero played a crucial role in your development as a student, along with all the teachers at SLAM that kind of paved the way for you. But during Teacher Appreciation Week, right, a young man like this was able, within our organization, be the first student and the only student to this point, to this time currently now, that has received a bachelor's in arts degree prior to graduating from high school. So on Teacher Appreciation Week, I want to recognize Nathan Nieves from SLAM for really paving the way for other students and kind of being a pioneer, along with leaders like Ms. Montero and the rest of his teachers that again, like I mentioned, paved the way and helped him earn his bachelor's degree before graduating from high school. So Nathan, you're recognized and you make us all proud. And thank you for really setting the bar for all students within our network of schools. And I'm sure you're visiting different campuses and inspiring and aspiring other students to accomplish what you did. So thank you so much.
It's awesome, man. Congrats. That's big time, man. Congratulations. Yeah, bachelor's. I was impressed when kids were graduating with their AA or even credits, but your bachelor's. No, it's amazing, man. Congratulations. We're moving on to my item. So this was sent to me via email. One of the teachers and the students were asking to designate 79th as Bob Graham, Senator Bob Graham Road. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here. So the game plan is for us to vote on this, hopefully an affirmative tonight, have Lorenzo type up a resolution, and then they were going to send me a couple dates that they were going to be able to be here at a council meeting to present this as a group, as part of their project. So if everybody is okay, I'm going to make a motion to direct the town attorney to draft the resolution and coordinate with the students and teacher at Bob Graham on a date for them to return and have the resolution heard and then present before the council.
I'll second.
Discussion, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the next item, Councilman Diaz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the item is pretty self-explanatory. The term limits are a part of political life and it should apply to all the new officers and returning officers that are countywide that we will be seeing in the 24 elections next year. So I urge its adoption, urging our county commissioners to adopt term limits in the county charter and further also asking our state representatives to encourage term limits for all these officers on a statewide level. With that, I move the item.
Second.
Question for you, Councilman Diegues.
Answers.
When you were in the Charter Review Committee, weren't you like an advocate for term limits for all types of charter positions? Like I remember you had mentioned that.
I actually even proposed term limits on the town manager position.
You'll bring it back up.
Second.
All
True
those in
story.
favor, yay.
True story.
Aye.
That Might be a good charter change.
All of them.
Hey,
Aye.
all right, on this item, all's in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. In an ongoing effort to relieve traffic congestion and to continue to encourage golf cart use, electric scooter, bike usage, I'm asking the staff to see if how we can encourage or put together a game plan that we can encourage dedicated parking spaces, working with our businesses, dedicated parking spaces for golf carts, maybe including some charging stations for them to be able to encourage more use of golf carts and take cars off the road as much as possible. Also, I've been getting a lot of feedback from the residents that they just don't like the look of scooters and bikes just thrown all over the place. So if we can work with town businesses to create areas where we can leave those scooters, we already have our park. We can do it at our parks or our public spaces, but areas where they could, if not a dock itself, areas where they can leave it and not just all over the place. I myself pick up at least 3 or 4 of these scooters off the street myself every week. I'm 100% for mobility for scooters and bikes. I just think we need a place where we can place them and also encourage golf cart usage. So I know businesses would love to see, we can just split maybe a parking space in two, have maybe, create a charger there for them, work with business. I'm sure they'll encourage that, especially restaurants that have outside seating and things like that. So we just need a game plan to encourage that. And that's why I'm proposing today to instruct the staff to see if we can come up with that.
I'll second.
Discussion, Councilman Coelho.
Yeah, and kind of funny that you mentioned that because it was something that I was at a public event with I think the mayor, and the conversation came up, and I think it was struck to me by a resident, but something that I see every day, and it has to do with the dockless mobility program that we have. I think I see more bikes and scooters on the ground than I do see them erect, and I think it's something that the kids now, I guess have fun doing, because I think I asked the mayor, why are they always on the ground? Is it just people walk around and push them over? And it's terrible, right? Because not just because we're damaging somebody's property, it looks terrible.
Yeah.
So, I was happy to see that, I was a little concerned with the dedicated spaces for golf carts, because in the communities that I've gone, what happens is in those shopping centers that are not designed for it, they're actually taking away parking spaces from cars. So in Franjo Park, where I saw the golf carts spaces allocated, they were allocated in a way that they were taking away from the golf cart. They were taken away from the regular parking spaces. So I'm fine with finding ways where we can fit the golf carts, because sometimes they don't have to necessarily go where cars go. They can go in other areas.
Sure.
But I love the fact that you added the dockless scooter and bike issue that we have, because I think they've easily become the biggest unintended consequence of that mobility program. And I think something that we try to find a solution for. I think the time's long overdue. So I appreciate you adding that to the item. And for that reason alone is something that merits supporting your item.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, Councilman Diegues?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to my colleague, Councilmember Garcia. I'm still not clear on what the item proposes to do. I understand that you want to encourage shopping centers to adopt dedicated spaces, as well as charging stations similar to what we're going to be hopefully voting on in June for town hall. So, but my question is specifically, what are we trying to authorize staff to do tonight?
I would say come up with a detailed plan on how we are encouraging our businesses to, I guess, support sustainable mobility and take cars off the road by working with them directly on how we could create these golf cart spaces. Also create a charger for electric for golf carts. You don't need major. It could be a 110 plug. It doesn't have to be anything huge. To encourage that as well. And also, I know businesses don't like to see bikes and scooters thrown all over the place either. So we can work with them, staff can work with them on areas we designate to leave those in different shopping centers, so they won't be all over the place. I don't know if it's a working with the vendor to have actual docks where people can dock, or create just areas where they can leave the bikes, little areas where they can leave the bikes with what do you call it? Where you park bikes now? You know, we have in Main Street, we have some of those
Like a bike rack?
like bike racks, things like that, scooter racks that are very inexpensive. Yes, sir.
So it's pretty much directing staff to look into this and report this back to us.
Yeah, I think we need a proposal. This is getting out of hand when it comes to that.
From staff. So it's-
From staff.
So
of-
this is to have staff go look into this and come back to us with.
Yeah, also reach out. I mean, I'll be happy to reach out to the Grams as well and different
Okay.
businesses as well to see what we can do to do that. If we're pushing electric mobility, we have to have a plan. How to make it more reasonable to park these carts and to park these scooters and to park these electric bikes. If we don't do that, it's just again, they're going to be all over the place. So.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm a no.
Opposed?
No.
There are 2 no votes,
Yes, sir.
5-2, Madam Clerk. The motion passes. On to the next item. Council wanted to bring this up. I've served with 3 different town managers, 4 different police majors, and there's a major difference in philosophy overall. But one of the things that when I started here that I learned from Alex Ray was, and then he told me, he's like, look, our residents expect major visibility when it comes to police services. Before incorporation, when Miami Lakes was bunched in with the Northwest District, the focus was solely on the policing was where are the most calls happening. So a lot of the times, most of the officers, one of the reasons we incorporated was to keep the force here in the town. And because what would happen was a lot of the calls went to the denser areas up north. Miami Gardens wasn't incorporated at the time, so the entire Northwest District, and that would happen all the time. And that was one of the bigger pushes for incorporation. I remember when I first got elected, Alex always told me, he's like, listen, it's not much going on, but as the town grows, we got to start planning. And I remember when Satori, the first one was the push to have an extra officer to ensure that every shift had a supervisor, which didn't happen in the beginning. And I was completely on board. Then Manager Ray tells me, he goes, look, Manny, our residents expect major visibility. And now that we're opening up Satori, that's an extra 2,000 plus 3,000 residents. We have to keep up with that. And I remember he added we added 2 new officers. I think the major mistake that we made along the process was not adding police into our strategic planning. They're over 50% of our budget, and you don't see, although you see it in the mission statement, you don't see that participation in the strategic planning. For example, the town center got built, nightlife happening, all this happening here. Lucida got built, Lake House got built. Now you're getting the one across from Lake House, you're getting South Point, you're getting the golf course, and there really isn't a game plan besides short-term band-aids for overtime. So I said, hey, it's important going forward that we codify it into our strategic plan, that we start ensuring that our department is up to speed in terms of its growth, to ensure that visibility that our residents expected because of incorporation continues to happen. So much so that the manager shared with me today that one of the surveys that he got from police, he already had rank and file members saying, hey, we need more officers. Yeah, but their voices matter. I don't know who those 2 are. The same way when we get the surveys from our staff, and there's 2 that criticize you, criticize someone else, and everybody's running around trying to fix it. That's the same way we have to approach that. Because if it's 2 today, it's going to keep growing. And I'm hearing it from residents all the time that with growth has to come a larger department. So I'm just going to make a motion to codify into our strategic plan that as our town continues to grow and large developments continue to happen, we have to plan not to do short-term band-aids, but to hire more officers to our police force.
Second.
Discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Diegues.
I have what I consider to be a friendly amendment, which is, in essence, I don't think it would be a strike all. I think actually it would be more complimentary, which is simply to also tack on not only for our police department to do this analysis, but for all departments. Because obviously, as the town grows, we have needs in other areas that also continue to expand, right? You know, the more residents we have, the more people traversing through our sidewalks, our roads, et cetera. You know, so we're certainly gonna see, you know, more need for manpower as well in other departments. So, and grants is another example that we've just recently authorized a new position to assist our one woman department with her efforts in not only applying for, but also, you know, doing all the paperwork related to all the grants. I think that we also need to take a holistic view and also include those departments. So I'd like to see that. And for that reason, I'm proposing an amendment that we also not only you know, have that input in our plan as to police, but to all departments as well. I think, you know, that's the best approach.
And
That'll be my amendment.
And I just want to say, I agree with you. And when we did a strategic plan, if you remember, all those staffers, they were part of it. The only people that really weren't ingrained into the conversation was police. I mean, think about it. You had an officer there standing, but there was no strategic thinking. We did it for every single department except our police. So I'm fine doing that, and I'll second that. But they were the only department, which is 50-something%, that wasn't included in deeper strategic planning for the future of our town. So, and the more I thought about it, I was like, man, we have to do better. I think our residents, I hear it all the time. And like the manager said, you already have rank and file officers mentioning themselves. So I'm fine with that. On the amendment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Back onto the main motion as amended. Councilman Collazo.
Thank you. I don't think anybody here would disagree with you. And less so the people that you probably get the complaint of is somebody who's been victimized from the crime. What I don't want to do is just put officers for the sake of putting officers. And I want to make sure that I'm being clear. I believe that we live in a safe community. Can it be safer? Absolutely. But you use the term visibility. I just don't want to put officers on day shifts so more people can see officers and say, hey, I feel safer. No, I want a safer community. So I don't want just officers for the sake of officers or for the sake of visibility, which is, I think, is a term you said 3 or 4 times. I really want them to be effective. So going back to that is I want to make sure that we have the flexibility, whether it's putting an FTE, whether it's giving overtime where it's needed, but making sure that we're addressing the issue from a public safety perspective, not just an optics, and having officers out there just for people to see it. So whatever that is, I'm all for it. Absolutely, it should be part of the strategic plan and should be something that we look at holistically. And God knows what's going to happen with a new sheriff, right? And I hope there's continuity. You know, there's even talks of us bringing on our own police department. So I think now is the right time to have that conversation. But I just want to make sure it's not just for visibility or optics, that it's actually effective and it's targeting the areas where we need to target.
Josh, that and Mayor said that includes like first responders, looking at rescue calls, all that stuff. In addition, right? With
No,
the
fire's
fire,
not under our purview.
is that something that we
We
would
can
wanna
influence
keep,
it. The mayor's 100% right. We obviously don't have direct control over fire rescue, but I think that the efforts of this council and the administration, I think, is what really brought to light the advent of Rescue 64. It was through interventions by people here in the town that brought that to light. So while we don't have direct control over it, we do have influence, and it is something that we continue to monitor. We are in contact with fire rescue and their annual numbers and their statistics and their run volume and their response times. And we keep an eye on that and make sure that there's not some fluctuation that's changing.
I just want to keep that on our radar as we continue growing beautifully.
Yeah, and I just wanted to answer Councilman Krauser real quick. I agree with him on the optics, and the optics, to me, that's one of the reasons I had heartburn on the overtime, because that, to me, almost felt a little bit more up because it wasn't something that's permanent, and we were literally talking about these were going to be a temporary measure. I think we ran out of money not too long ago, so I definitely want to see an FTE going forward has to happen. I mean, our population growth is going through the roof, and our residents, look at Satori alone. When Satori came online, they started asking us for more patrols in their neighborhood because they were having issues. So hence that takes more officers off the road to go into private communities. Our nightlife is starting to boom. Things are starting to happen. I think the questions we got to start asking is on midnight shifts, where the majority of our crime is happening, where people are breaking into cars at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. If there is a call on a midnight shift, one call alone will take 3 officers on the road. You might have one other guy around town. That leaves our entire community for those folks to continue breaking into vehicles. I believe continuing to add the FTs is really important because I see it every day on the ring. I see it every day when folks call me. We continue to grow, and it's every time things happen, specifically during those midnight shifts, I would love to see that augmented, specifically that shift augmented to ensure overall long-term, because we did it in the past, and I'm just following the path that was set off. I think the one mistake was not codifying that going forward.
Yeah, and to that point, again, and I think if that's where it's needed in the midnight shift, absolutely. Let's put the FTE. Some of the things that I discussed with the manager during my briefing was actually looking at floating shifts. You know, could you have flexibility or flex shifts within an officer, maybe 3 or 4 days?
Yeah,
in
we
midnight,
already
where
do that with the, there's a flex sergeant that works some afternoons, some midnights, some days. And
so when you were asking, how does the private sector solve this issue, Mayor, last meeting, I didn't want to interject. I know you were kind of very passionate about the issue, but I wouldn't want to be locked into just one individual. I have flexible shift individuals. So when I have open gaps or people unable to report to duty on certain shifts, I have an army or at least a resource that has flexibility. I manage a business that's 24/7. So I need that because I have different shifts. I have different people coming in at different times. I can't just say I'm going to hire one person at my night shift only to cover my gaps. And I think that's systemically what the police officers are responding to in that survey. I think one part is midnights, but there might be other gaps that need to be covered, like when people can't be at the schools for drop-offs because they have to go to a training assignment. Well, who's going to cover that? The only way to cover it is with overtime hours. So to me, one of the ways that we could do it and at least have a lot of flexibility is it with bringing an FTE that has some type of flexible shifting in when you bring them in, to not just address the issue at midnight, but also address the issue maybe during days when somebody has to go to training. So I think we're on the right path, and I think we're focused on the right thing that we're trying to address. And I think you have enough buy-in here to move the issue forward.
yeah,
Thank you,
we'll
Councilman.
draft something and bring it back to you for your review. We'll work
Sure.
together with the police department to put something together, a statement to be embedded into the strategic plan.
Councilman Fernandez.
Yeah, so I just wanted to put on the record, I have a little bit of a different understanding of visibility in terms of police services and police patrol. You know, rather, if we wanted to give the perception that town hall was cleaner, we'd hire, 10 extra janitors and have them sit in the front, and it'd be a perception thing. It wouldn't actually make town hall any cleaner. But I think having visibility of police officers serves also as a deterrent that in turn reduces crime. So I think it has a little bit of an extra effect than just optics and visibility. I think visibility is also has. No. It's put it at night when the criminals are out. See, that's the deterrent perception wise, right? So I think it's something we should definitely do. It's definitely something, and I know we kind of went back and forth with it during the budget process, and I have a feeling we may do so again. But having extra police officers is more about just the optics of the situation. It also serves as a real deterrent. Thank you.
Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of my questions is regarding well, first I'll make a point. If it were up to me, I would hire 10 new police officers. I don't think that we can ever have enough police, and we can never have enough visibility. I get phone calls all the time that the residents don't see the police. Where are they? What are they doing? We don't see them. I see them parked in a parking lot, but they're not patrolling. So the residents feel safer, and it might be a false perception of safety, but they feel safer when the cop car drives that way and drives back, and they feel like that is something that I truly believe that if we would ask the residents where they want to invest their money, public safety would be number one, always. So to me, whether it's in our strategic plan or not, it's a discussion that we always have. And it always boils down to a budgeting issue. It's not whether we want it or not, it's whether we can afford it or not. So ultimately, at some point, we will have to raise the millage to hire more police officers, because the overtime monies are very flexible and they can be in increments of 50,000 or 100,000. But when you're talking about hiring more officers, you're talking about much larger numbers. So one question was about the language that we're gonna adopt in the strategic plan. I think that's something that I would definitely agree with. But my other question is more a budgeting issue. Will that language have anything that will obligate us to hire a certain number of officers per resident count, or?
Well, ultimately, like I said, we'll work with the police department to put a statement that gives you that, forwards the intent of what is being said here, but also gives this council ultimate responsibility and flexibility to do what they need to. So I don't think anything is going to be automatic. It's going to be so many extra people, how we're going to do a census every year. It's not going to be that etched in stone, but it'll be some kind of a guidance statement that in any case, we'll always bring it back to you for approval before we insert it in the strategic plan. So if this council believes it's too stringent or too hard, written in stone or not enough, well, either way, you'll have an opportunity to opine on it, and then we'll massage it based on the comments back from this council.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And really briefly, I think we're all familiar with this particular wall and how it's constantly under threat of attack, for lack of a better way to phrase it. Most recently, about a week or so ago, after speaking with the association president there, and I believe he also emailed all of us on top of that, they want us to be even more proactive than we've already been to try and deter this in the future. Of course, as my mom put it the other day, we have this wall of signs, and this person still managed to, plow right through into that wall. But I don't know if perhaps, there's additional steps we can take. So I just wanted to give staff direction to actively begin pursuing other proactive efforts and measures that we can take. I know he had mentioned that one item that was being discussed was a roundabout. I know some other residents had discussed putting a camera there at the intersection that flashes at cars as they're approaching, as a way of kind of reminding them to slow down. Some light type of signal to that effect. But before you get to your point, I just wanted to get the motion to put us in the proper procedural posture. So that is my motion to give staff that direction.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. And I think the manager just wanted to opine very
opposed? The
quickly.
No,
on that
not a
issue.
fine, but just give you some idea of some steps that we've already taken. I know that Public Works has been working together with Susana and Transportation. We have explored different things. One of the ones that we're exploring is a roundabout. Obviously, we would have to comply with FDOT and the county standards and get approval and so forth. We're also looking at rumble strips. We're also exploring different things that we can do there, right? So we did conduct a speed study or a traffic study that looked at different things and some low cost items, which they gave us, which were the reflectors that you see on some of those things to try and alert folks. So we're looking at already, so this motion is, I guess, retroactive, because we've already taken some initial steps, and when we get developed a game plan, some ideas that we'll come back and we'll float them to you for consideration.
Through the chair to the manager, retroactive or not, it's also, I think, also important just to get additional feedback. And like I said, one of the ideas that I got that I thought was interesting was having a flashing light whenever a car is approaching, because I think especially at nighttime, I think that's more likely to get you to slow down, especially if you're not familiar with the area. I think all of us that live here knows that corner and how sharp it is. So I think it's safe to say most times it's probably going to be somebody from outside the town that does this. Anyway, I see a lot of smiles here, so I'm going to just stop.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor, We have a technical issue that's going on. We have not been transmitting today on eScribe because there was a technical glitch that thankfully the money that this council appropriated is going to solve, but that won't be for a few more days. We've been transmitting on Vimeo. Vimeo has a 4-hour limit, so we just need to stop the meeting for about 3 or 4 minutes, let them click over, restart the Vimeo, so we start another 4-hour time slot. And anybody who's online watching, you're going to be cut off. So just go back and log on in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Barato sale caro. 3-minute recess.
Mayor IT is to inform me that they're back on.
We're ready to start again. Mayor. Mayor, we're ready.
We're back. We're back online. So we're gonna move on to the next item,
14F.
electric vehicles, fast chargers.
Everybody here? All right.
Yeah, we have enough.
Okay, I know we're working diligently to encourage EV chargers. Just to give my colleagues a little background, the first quarter of this 2023, the top 3 selling cars were the Toyota RAV4, the Toyota Corolla, and the third was the Model Y, the Tesla Model Y. That's over 400,000 electric cars that were sold first quarter just by Tesla alone. If you add Ford, if you add everything else, we have I think we have like 5 gas stations in the town, if I'm not mistaken. Am I missing one? Costco, and then we have, adding the Costco is 5, right?
We have 5, guys.
Yeah, we have 5. So
6. No, wait a second. We have 6.
we have 6?
We
I thought
have
we have 5.
we have 6. No.
No.
We have the
57.
small one.
Yep,
NQC is
yep.
another one. 7-Eleven, the Shell over here, Shell. Yeah,
Yeah.
Costco.
Look at that. And there aren't any electric vehicle stations, chargers there. So I guess my ask, guys, would be, we're behind the 8 ball when it comes to infrastructure. Could this be an easy way to, to work with, businesses in the area to encourage them to create at least 2, maybe 1 or 2 superchargers, fast chargers there? So because I don't know if you know this, there's Teslas and electric cars all over Miami Lakes now, and our residents aren't being served. So I'm not the type of person that wants to force businesses to do this. I like to be able to encourage them to do this. And is there any way we can work with economic development, our staff, to encourage them to add electric vehicle chargers to their existing infrastructure that they exist right now to serve our other residents that otherwise can't be served right now?
I'll second.
Discussion.
Mayor.
Councilman Diego is going to mention the study that didn't get funded.
I quit. No. Well, not only that, but obviously my colleague and I are 100% on board on that. The reason why I voted no on the last one is I just didn't see what else we can do. And I'm inclined to vote no here as well for the same reason, mainly just because I've already kind of beat up these issues before with staff. So for example, before you came onto the council, one of the items I pushed for was a green building ordinance. And we chewed it up a couple of times. We tried to think about different incentives to incentivize developers to go ahead and include more EV charging stations. It turns out that while we were able, and by we, I mean myself and Susanna, our town planner, we were able to throw in some additional incentives there for EV as well. The county actually has a very robust EV incentive program, as it turns out as well, where they require that X amount of spaces, and I forget exactly which number, have to be, and Susanna, sorry. Yeah, the term for the county's ordinance with respect to EVs is that they need to have X amount of parking spaces that are EV ready. Is that what it is? No? Okay. Okay. Government acronyms and all that can get.
They have to have a certain number of parking spaces that are EV charging. EV ready is what in some private developers have chosen to make most of their parking spaces EV ready, and only the ones that are required to be EV chargers.
Well, because I remember when we were covering the site plan on the residences at 9, the new golf course project, as part of our discussion of does the green building code that we passed apply in this situation, the answer was yes. But out of that conversation, I remember Luis Martinez from the Grams mentioning that under the county code, they're already required to have X amount of, again, EV ready or so spaces available.
No,
That they have to have
actual chargers. And they were expanding that to have even more spaces that are EV ready. So they were doing the county requirement plus some EV ready spaces.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm returning back to my comments so I can wrap up with my colleague. I would love to have a sunshine meeting between us so we can kind of go over what exists out there currently, what we've done as a town up to now, and discuss the way forward instead of just leaving it up to staff. And I think this way also it allows us to, from a policy level, already be on the same page prior to it coming here. So that would just be my what I would like to see happen.
Yeah,
And I just
absolutely.
wanted to put my comments on the record. That was it.
Okay.
Good item, though.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, this is something that right now I'm focusing on gas stations because I'm seeing when you travel, you go up Florida, you're seeing gas stations with these electric chargers now, and Miami Lakes is just, I'd hate to see us again behind the eight ball here when it comes to doing it, being the last town to encourage this at our existing gas station. So thank you.
Yeah, and again, like there's and I apologize just interjecting briefly. I believe the state has also set aside additional money to build out more of this infrastructure in addition to whatever may be in coming from the Congress in the past session. I don't know if it was the Inflation Reduction Act or whichever, or the bipartisan infrastructure bill that had additional money to build out EV infrastructure. So perhaps maybe when we meet with staff, we can go ahead and
Yep.
also direct them to explore how to draw down that money, so we can add. some.
100%.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So-
Council.
Councilman Ruano. And then Councilman Fernandez.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, thank you. So one of the things that gives me a little heartburn about these items is I don't understand what encouraging consists of, right? So I'm really weary of obviously telling the private sector what to do in their locations. If it's something like maybe sending them information that is of programs that are available or of things that maybe the state is working on, I'm okay with that. I just don't want it to feel like a push from the city. I don't know what your vision of encouraging looks like.
Encouraging to me is, I don't want to regulate it. That's not that's the last thing I want to do. I want to encourage them to get with our vision of, electric mobility and taking, trying to just air pollution, things like that, make it more environmentally safe for our
So
residents.
educate them in that realm.
Well, I think they already know if you stop at a gas station, you're going to be there for at least 15, 20 minutes with EV charge. Even the best EV charging right now, you'll get 20 to 80% in 15, 20 minutes. They can shop at their stores. I think but we need to be able to encourage that, to say, hey, listen, why don't you do this?
Right, because encouraging usually comes by way of tax credits or tax incentives or some sort of
Yeah,
financial incentive.
exactly. If we can direct them, if our grant department can say, listen, there are grants available to you. All you got to do is jump on board. If we can be a stepping stone with educating them a little bit more on that. And I'm sure the 7-Elevens, they have their own departments that deal with that as well. But yeah, just encourage as much as possible. I see it happening everywhere, and we seem to be the last town to have a charger. I know we've discussed it for years, but again, we're discussing, and we need to at least see some
Right.
movement on that.
So if that is the vision to disseminate educational materials, perhaps of grants and things that are available,
Absolutely.
I'm on board. If
Yeah.
when I hear encouragement, it feels like to me, it's like a financial incentive, because really that's the way to incentivize people. And I don't see how the town would.
We
be
don't
able-
have that,
Right, I
those
don't see how
funds.
the town would be.
But
able
the
to do that.
county, and as Councilman Diego saying, the county and the federal government has, set aside billions for this. So again, if we can take advantage of them, put them together, and everybody wins.
Thank you.
So along that same line, I think the only mechanism that we have that I would consider creating an incentive program through would be the mobility fee, right? And maybe looking at mobility fee credits for EV charging stations. Right, newer redevelopment.
My apologies. I believe we already did that as part of the green building code. That was one of the things that we had talked about. Yeah.
So that is.
Yes.
Right now, the incentive is 3% of their trips get comped out.
So then the town already has an incentive in place.
Correct.
Okay.
Has anybody taken advantage of that?
No, well, the grams, but they don't pay mobility fees, so.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe educate our gas station owners in the area that we have that availability for them, that there's some incentive there?
So that would only come into play if they were coming in to do a renovation or an
Okay, that's right. Okay.
expansion or something
Yeah,
like that.
you're right.
And the last time we had one of those was they actually took advantage of several of the credits to reduce their mobility fee. They provided the bike racks, they provided a pedestrian area. We didn't ask for EV charging stations at the time but
Okay.
Yeah.
But
So
it's certainly something that is already in the radar, that we request anyway.
I've already asked Victoria to reach out to you so we can schedule that executive session to go over
All right,
what's already
perfect.
been done. And I have some ideas on how we can proceed to get to where we both want to get to.
Thank you.
Councilman Collazo in closing.
No, in closing, I'm going to support the item. I was just curious, is there anything right now that prohibits a gas station that we have in town from offering this? I mean, no. So it's just market driven in the sense that the probability is that it's not worth their investment right now to install, or the overhead cost to install this for the return on investment that they're going to have. Because I know there's one at Walmart. There's Walmart 57, but Walmart has a lot of traffic, so that maybe they have more demand and it makes business sense for them. But maybe one of the reasons we don't see the EV fast chargers at gas stations right now is just because I guess people have them at home. I mean, the people that live next to me that have a Rivian charge it on the wall, so they don't really need to have the fast charger here within the town. It just sounds like the reason we don't have fast chargers. So you don't get that frustrated as you travel, because I see them as well when I'm traveling up the turnpike. Just there's a lot of people traveling. So maybe we're not that type of community that has a lot of people traveling through it that need the fast charger. So it's not that we're lagging behind, so to speak.
Makes sense.
It's just maybe the business decision isn't there.
It makes sense what you're saying. Now, the flip side is when you add a supercharger, they come out in apps, the Rivian app, the Tesla app. And when people are driving through 75 Palmetto to Gratney, right, they don't have a reason to stop. But when you add them, you add it to the app. And when they plan their trip, now they have a reason to stop. Now they stop, now they shop.
And what I'm
That's my
saying is,
thinking, yeah.
is maybe the benchmark hasn't been set yet, and maybe they're getting enough with the Walmart that's there on 57th Avenue. But I completely agree with it. I'm gonna support the idea. We're saying that there's a reason why gas stations haven't made this investment into the electric charger, and maybe it's just the overhead doesn't merit the cost, or
No, so-
maybe our techie guy has the.
Yeah, so I remember reading an article not too long ago that's it's far more nefarious than that, and it had to do with the petroleum companies that brand the gas stations not allowing the operators to have EV stations that. Yeah, exactly. So I think with that in mind, I think the bigger focus would be on incentivizing charging stations at non-gas stations, right? At other businesses that would benefit from the foot traffic. And then at that point, then if the market dictates that shoppers will go to non-gas stations to do their convenience shopping, then
So here's
the
a
market
novel
will
idea.
correct.
A fast charger at the new library. As that site plan comes forward, you can steal it, Mayor. I saw that look in your eye. Those are things that kind of.
Qué pesado está. You can keep that one. Just playing, man. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. No,
Aye.
I know. No, it's good that we have this type of levity with these long meetings. Moving on to my item, just want to bring this up. Resident brought this up to me that they came to town hall, got their golf cart registered, everything's street legal, everything's normal, yet they park it at home and they get cited every day for it. Director Angel sends out a staff out there to cite them because it's in the code right now. So I want to make a motion to formally eliminate that portion from the code.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing
Aye.
no-
Yeah, never mind. I'll just vote.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion
No.
passes. There is one no.
Yeah, we'll bring this back as an ordinance change, so you'll see it again.
Thank you. Was that because I voted no on your abandoned vehicle ordinance? Was that
I'm not that petty, Mr.
all right, all
Mayor.
right, all right, all right, all right. All right, we're moving on to item H, where Councilman Garcia is going to make a quick motion.
Real quick, I know we're discussing what we're gonna do with painting and fixing up the underpass on 67th and the Palmetto. However, you know, driving under there every day to, I was wondering if we can just direct the county or DOT, whoever's in charge of that jurisdiction, to just, within the next week or two, to pressure wash it. Forget the painting, forget the art, just pressure wash it because it is black with soot. And the other 57th and the 37th and the other underpasses, I don't see that happening. It's just this underpass is in really bad condition. And I know we're working on areas on putting art there, but we can't wait that long. Is there any way we can encourage it quickly to get it done within the
Yeah,
next couple weeks?
We don't have the power to direct them, but we can work with them and request it. It worked before a few months back. We asked them about the embankments and improving the landscape and everything, and they actually,
Yeah.
it took them a while to do it,
Yeah.
but they finally did do it. So we'll work with them and see what they can do to pressure wash it and hope maybe even paint it.
Perhaps get a schedule from them, or we can encourage, hey, are you gonna do it every 3 months, 6 months? What's the
their
deal?
schedule now is probably a blank sheet of paper. It's
Okay.
probably zero, never.
All right, all right.
Oh, we'll work with them. Absolutely.
And
We'll-
just so we don't get to that point again with our other underpasses, if they, you know, if we can just continue to encourage them to follow through with their promises. As long as it doesn't cost Miami Lakes taxpayers any money on as well. Thank you.
Was there, I know there was a motion in a second. Was there any, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. On to 15A, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted staff to give a report on how our new drainage systems performed after the recent deluge that we had. I know some residents had some concerns still after the rains, and I think what they're not understanding is that even though we've improved drainage in certain areas, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will never flood again. We do live in South Florida after all, but it does mean that we're going to be more efficient in clearing out the water after the rainfall. So, just to kind of address some of those concerns and to put that on the record, I wanted to ask staff to go ahead and present on the performance of those new projects.
Second.
Aye.
Good evening, Councilor and Mayor Omar Santos, Public Works Director. So during the last storm event, it was a quite intense storm event, not your typical event. We did see flooding in certain areas, and as Councilmember Dieguez did mention, one of the benefits we saw was that the areas that did flood that had the new drainage system installed did take longer to flood, and then after the rains stopped, the water rushed out quickly. There is a note there to put some areas, however, the grates did get covered by leaves, and that caused the area to flood and made it seem as if the drainage system was not working properly, but it was just the leaves were covering that grate. As far as the performance, we've seen that it's so far it is performing as per the performance goals. For example, for a certain type of rain events and intensity and the accumulation over a 24-hour period, we're shooting for the water not to exceed the crown of the road, and we've seen that. And then depending on the other type of events, it may be 12 inches above crown. And as we move to longer term, more intense storms, which we hopefully never get to those, but one of the performance goals is for it to not exceed the finished floor elevations of our buildings. But that's the type of performance goals that these drainage projects have been designed. And so far, we've seen it perform close to it, if not at that point.
So question for you, as part of our stormwater bond program, is there a requirement that we perform some type of study after the projects are all done to determine the efficacy of the projects?
Study as far as going out and putting meters, we'll do visual inspections, but not a full study per se. As part of the design, there is a drainage calculation package that's prepared per the data collected. So for the stormwater master plan, and sorry if I'm getting too long into this, but for the stormwater master plan, when it was prepared, certain assumptions were made. Once we go into actual design, the engineer goes out there, makes some holes and gets some data of the soils and the behavior of the soils for that location, and then pretty much prepares a package to design that system tailored to the conditions of that area. And it takes into consideration the impervious area, and just in general.
Thank you.
A quick question, Director. A great job with the projects, by the way. I
Thank
have a couple questions.
The
I'm getting
team,
some-
my team is the ones.
What? Thank you to your team as well. I'm getting some questions from some residents in regard to when they're the lowest point on the street. And there's two drains and of course, they're the last one to get for the water to go away from, and also driveways that have settled. And then with the new grading, what can you speak to what you're doing we're doing as a town to level that and allow the water to leave their driveway to actually get to the drain or get to the street?
So there's several situations. So we have areas where we have a gutter or a valley gutter, and there's areas that we do not. Most of the locations where we've been seeing what you're mentioning is where we have the valley gutter. When we're doing our drainage project, now that we have this large program, we're taking advantage to go ahead and correct the flow along the edge of pavement or the valley gutter. Sometimes when we do this, it no longer matches the approaches. So we've been working with residents either to, if they are ready to go ahead and repair their own approach, they'll go ahead and do that, or we'll do a transition to let them, give them access. If the sidewalk is sunk and settled on their side, that's touching the private driveway. Yeah, so that takes a little bit more coordination. We do that throughout the year, but for that to be fully corrected, the homeowner has to be ready to do their driveway. Because if we raise the sidewalk and they don't raise their driveway, then there's no access. So we do coordinate with homeowners when it comes to that.
And that's a cost to them, or we share the cost, or how
We
does
do
that?
not do the driveway, that's private. So we'll coordinate the sidewalk. We do the sidewalk.
So if over the years their driveway settles and now it's lower than the grade where the water won't drain, that's the homeowner's issue they have to deal with. They have to pay for that.
So again, we'll do what's the sidewalk, and usually everything settles together. But unfortunately, it's the public side, we'll go ahead and coordinate and help them on that side, but the private driveway, we do not repair. And we coordinate with the homeowners, like I mentioned. If they are ready to go ahead and do their repairs, they do that, and we go ahead and do the sidewalk as budget allows. So
Okay, because I know a lot of residents have had that issue, and it's very, very cost prohibitive, especially the seniors that have lived in those houses a long time. They can't afford to redo their driveway. So I guess maybe we can suggest
Yeah, council member, Public Works has really done a great job of being out there. I know Omar's out there.
Sure.
Anna's out there every single day. Omar's out there almost every single day. They're working, and every situation, every single driveway, every single approach is a different situation, right? So they're working. And like he was mentioning, the approach, which is the portion of the driveway, which is outside the sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the street. A lot of times that's where it's not matching up to the valley gutter or the street. They're doing what he called, the term that he used, the transition, which is a portion of the approach they're redoing. The contractor that's out there working on the drainage project is pouring concrete to bring it level so that the residents can get into their driveway. If not, it would be either sometimes too high, sometimes too low.
Okay.
So they're working, and every situation is unique. So they're going house by house to make that.
So with these
work.
upcoming projects, when the engineers go out to find the levels, they're taking into account the settling of the driveways, so they can do that job at the same time and not have to come back and do it after.
not the driveway, only the public right of way. So that would be
Outside the sidewalk.
Outside
The
the sidewalk,
sidewalk
yeah.
and out. Inside the sidewalk is
So
private
if the
property.
sidewalk is settled, right? If it's settling along with to the, away from the street toward the homeowner.
So-
Previous to the construction, we just leave the sidewalk that way? How do we?
So
how do we-
I was
Yeah, yeah.
gonna get to that right now.
Okay.
So that typically is addressed throughout our yearly maintenance cycle. When our inspectors go out, they'll identify in their report sidewalks that are sunk. Essentially, they're lower than the edge of the pavement where we want the water to go.
Mhm.
If we have the ability, we'll contact the homeowner and let them know, hey, we are gonna be here in a few months. We may be able to work with you to
Okay.
correct the sidewalk, but this is the portion that you would be responsible for. Are you ready for this?
All right, so you get ahead of the game and you
Yeah.
talk to them before. Okay.
Well, we can't force them, so
Sure,
if,
sure.
if they're not willing or they're not able, we do the necessary repairs to get it to ADA compliance if there's a step up or step down, and we move forward from there.
And my last question, it's a long, a long night, guys. What if the entire area is sunk, like the whole sidewalk is sunk, not just one house, but 5, 6 houses down, which
Same.
I've seen that. Is that something that the city takes into account and says, okay, we have to redo this, all that to,
It comes to the same challenge that those residents have to be ready to do the private side.
Since we're on this topic, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but since we're on this topic, I'm going to do Public Works a favor. This council has to allocate a lot more money to sidewalk repairs and a significant amount of money because the entire town is in that condition. Every homeowner that has called me regarding the drainage projects that you visit the home and you see the street and you see the approach and you see the swales and you see the sidewalks, it's a combination of root damage from the trees that are lifting up some sidewalks and lifting up some approaches, combination of blasting damage, a combination of, the fact that the homeowner's driveway is now sunk. But realistically, the sidewalks are on that yearly maintenance schedule. So you might get a new road and a new approach now, but you might not get a new sidewalk till 3 years from now because there isn't any money allocated. There isn't sufficient money allocated to address the intensity of the problem. So some homeowners might get a little bit of fix now, but they're not going to see the end results until a lot further down the line because we don't have enough funding in sidewalk repairs to be able to repair all of the sidewalks that are damaged.
so during our next budget process, we should take into account, maybe perhaps add more dollars, especially in sidewalks that are going to coordinate with existing projects, stormwater projects.
I agree. And that's why I brought it up during the, the budget amendment or the allocation of the carryover funds and whatnot, that we needed a lot. I know that we put, the franchise fee, the excess of franchise fee into that pot, but it's not gonna be sufficient. We need a lot more money there.
The approach, just repeat it one more time on what you're doing with people's private approaches. We're fixing them?
We're doing a transition. So in the area where if the gutter has to be lowered or raised, so it's no longer essentially accessible, we're replacing 2, 3, 4 feet until we get to stable ground.
Got it. But look, that's.
And Mayor, we can only do that with approaches that are either just plain concrete, asphalt, or pavers. We cannot do it with stamped concrete.
No.
Because our vendor can do asphalt or plain concrete, or pavers is easy. They remove and then they resand and they put it back.
But I just want to say that's something, just so you guys know, we've never done that before. In our original projects, when we started the stormwater plans in Lake Susie, everywhere else.
Well,
We
we
didn't do that for anybody.
We did it different there.
Just-
And I don't want to speak for
That's
Omar,
fine.
but he's taught me a lot about how this whole process. In the past, we used to grade the street to every single driveway. So that meant that the street was not straight. So especially in the area in Royal Oaks that has valley gutters. In Lake Susie, they have no valley gutters. The water flows into the swales. So in the streets that have valley gutters, if you did what we did in Lake Susie, the valley gutters would look like a roller coaster all the way down the street. So they have it straight. And that's why they had to raise the street and pave it level. and the valley gutters level so that the water flows to the catch basin. If not, then you would have this roller coaster effect that would pond water in different spots, and you really wouldn't get rid of all the water. Was that fairly accurate, Omar?
Yeah, you would essentially have large chunks of the road with about an inch of water just stuck.
Got it. No, I just remember because we had said no, we couldn't do approaches, and now we're doing it. So if some of those folks, you know,
And the past
Call us out.
projects that, for example, the original Royal Oaks project we did, the gutters was not part of the scope. So we did what the manager's talking, we just matched. It was just a clean.
got it. Anything else, Councilman Diegues, on this item for flooding?
No, I'll just close with saying that I think, though, that the proof or one example of how I know that the program is slowly but surely working is, and I was sidebarring with Councilwoman Morano about, is that the residents on Northwest 83rd Place, which was one of the first projects we did, they're not calling us about this issue anymore. And I remember before heading out there after a particular rainstorm where the resident was actually opening up the manhole to get all the water out. And again, it seems as if it's working because I haven't heard from them. So thank you for all your hard work and your team's hard work. And I hope the residents got a bit more clarity as far as what the intent is behind the ARPA and the bond program for drainage and how it's meant to function and how it has been functioning. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director. Hey, we're on to the next item. I met with a Miami Lakes homeschool group. They meet at Veterans Park every Thursday. They've asked if they can use one of the rooms at Mary Collins Community Center. Staff has indicated there is one room available. Obviously, it needs council direction. Staff told me that they couldn't do it without you guys being okay with that and directing them. So anybody have any issues with the homeschool group? Councilwoman Verano.
I just have a question. There was another homeschool group that was using one of our facilities. Is this the same group?
I believe it's the only one that everybody got. Ludi MacArthur, all the
Because
local homeschool.
Jeremy
kids
had
were there.
said, Jeremy had carved out space at I believe that it was Robert Alonso for them to meet. I think once a month or something like that. I don't know if it's the same group, but if it is, there was space carved out in the scheduling. If not, maybe we can put them in contact with one another, because what they want is to meet as a large group so that the kids can interact with other kids.
Yeah, this group is really big.
Jeremy, the homeschool group that had asked and that you had been working with about Roberto Alonso, what finally came of that?
Which group are we talking about? There's two groups now. The most recent group that we were working with is actually 15 to 20. They're actually expecting probably closer to the 15 though on an average, is actually at Mary Collins. And that is Tuesdays from 11 to 1. So there's two separate groups.
Mayor?
That's the
Yes,
mayor's
that's
group.
that's the second group, correct.
I thought it was Thursdays, but I guess it's.
It might be
Tuesdays.
Tuesday. I'll take a look now. I was looking at it earlier today. It might be
But-
Tuesdays and
And
Thursdays.
they had really young kids all the way to like 18 years
You
old.
worked it out with the group.
Yeah, we've already worked it out with them. Once it gets approval, essentially all we're doing is a licensing use agreement like we have for the other individuals, the other groups.
If you could put them in contact with each other, that would be
Okay.
great, because one group
Oh,
might
I
not
thought they
know.
wanted to do turf wars against each other. No, no.
Right? You guys do you need a motion? Is everybody okay with this? I'll move it.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Passport Office report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think everyone had a chance to review the email from the town clerk. Unfortunately, our application to open up a passport acceptance facility was denied. The reasoning basically involved that they felt that there was, I know you're beat up about it, Councilwoman, but
You don't understand how.
But unfortunately, and I think incorrectly, they determined that we already have adequate capacity in our area to process these. Again, I think taking a look at the appointment windows says a different story, and I think there may be other factors. Regardless, they are allowing us to reapply at the end of this year, early next year. So the councilwoman's worst fears have not yet died. So, and I would like to at this time make a motion to go ahead and direct the town clerk that once that window to reapply opens, for us to do so at that time.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
No.
opposed? There is one no, Councilwoman Ferrano. We should definitely, and still look into doing a interlocal with Coral Gables or somebody to, maybe it's an, yeah, yeah, exactly. Quick thing, I'm already working with a manager on this. Just little things. When you drive under the Palmetto, the lights are all mismatched. So we're gonna work with FDOT. They were the same. They were all LED, and I guess FDOT along the way just changed them and made some fluorescent, some LEDs. So when you guys that live west of the Palmetto, when you drive today, notice that those are little detalles that you notice, and yeah, it just doesn't.
But
yeah,
is it the fixtures that are different, or is it they change some bulbs?
it seems that in some cases it's both. So some fixtures are like yellowish covering, and then other ones are the bulb. Yeah, so it's like when you drive home, nada, fíjate eso, check it out. And so yeah, the manager will, on one of his drive alongs, he told me he's gonna be out there with Tony, and they're gonna change the light bulbs. And they're gonna work with FDOT to make sure that when they go out again, that they notify us, let us know. Councilman Dieguez, you're right. FDOT did a great job on the LED lights at 57th Avenue and the Granny. I wish they would do something like that here. So that looks really nice.
It's my understanding, according to the manager, that they put up the cost for the lights. Is that correct?
City of Hialeah.
Hialeah, correct. But yeah, I would love to see if we can partner up with them on something at least to that effect. And I think that was the spirit of Councilmember Collazo's item as well. That same meeting that he was also kind of addressing that. So I would love to work on that.
Got it.
Well, again, like we'll have to take a look at it, but doing something like that, I think, if the opportunity presents itself, why not?
True.
A condition, huh?
So we're moving on to the next item, budget preparation timeline, Mr. Manager.
Yes, in your packet, there's the budget season timeline / calendar that Melissa Hernandez put together. The most important, there's a series of dates, but the most important ones would be the 3 workshops, one for the committee, one for general fund, and one for all the funds. And then obviously the 2 proposed budget hearings. So we'd like to have this budget calendar adopted so we can move forward with planning to make this happen.
I'll move the calendar.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Yeah, I'm a no as well. 2 no votes.
Yeah, so for me, the week of August 23rd is my birthday, which is inconsequential, but that's my peak season. That's the equivalent of my tax season. I can do 1 meeting that week, but I can't do 2.
It's just one meeting that week.
Oh no, yeah, no, it's a
The other one is
the
just
mail
a
trimming.
milestone.
Okay,
in the
no, that's fine. That's fine. I can do that.
Yeah, it's only, that's why we highlighted and capitalized the important dates. Yeah.
All right, so I'll let the record reflect I'm a yes.
Motion passes. We're on to the next item, extension of police services agreement with Miami-Dade County. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, this is kind of interrelated with the whole advent of the sheriff's office coming to be. There's our current agreement with Miami-Dade County for police services expires September of 2024. The sheriff will get elected a month or so later and take office about 4 months later. So in order not to have any kind of uncertainty or any kind of lapses or any kind of time period without a contract, what I'd like to do is put this on your radar and for you to give me the green light to go and have a conversation with the other 2 cities, as well as the sheriff's office or the county police department and their legal team, to just extend our current agreement and give us that peace of mind that we're extended out, no term changes, just extend out longer so that there won't be any complications with the advent of the sheriff's office.
So yeah, and during our briefing, we discussed it, and it's my understanding that we would be able to back out if our circumstances change.
Yeah,
or
we
decide
have
to go in a different direction.
notice provisions, right? So we have that today. We could do that today with a certain amount of notice. We can back out of the agreement if for any reason we wanted to form our own municipal police department or what have you. So we have that would,
So, so long as the new agreement contains the same provisions, I move to.
remember, this
direct
is
you to
not
go
any
forward.
specifics. All this is at the 30,000 foot level is we want to extend our current agreement. We would bring back any renegotiated agreement back to you for your ratification.
So I move to direct you to
Second.
proceed.
Second.
So I'll be voting no on this, and I'll explain why. I would be okay with extending it until the sheriff comes in, because I believe whoever the next mayor of Miami Lakes is should be afforded the same opportunity I had. I negotiated all the major points of our current police contract, and I think whoever the next mayor is should be able to sit down with the sheriff and work it out. To be very honest with you, I don't see the rush. State law already protects us. It requires a sheriff to come into agreement with us for
Well,
3 years.
They mandate that the new sheriff assumes the contract that we'll have with the county. And that's what this will give us, is that peace of mind that we already have an agreement in place that the new sheriff will have to assume. And we can do it for 3 years. That'll give the new.
I get it, but my only challenge is there's a lot of what ifs. My biggest concern with the sheriff and maybe whoever the next mayor is gets along with that sheriff very well. Maybe it's a sheriff that gets elected and doesn't share the values that our residents share as a whole, and maybe they want to go in a different direction. Question to you, Mr. Manager, why did the sheriff's committee take this approach on this strategy? This is their directive?
No, this is administration's direction.
Oh, so they don't know that you guys haven't talked about this on.
We've talked to them about the idea that we were going to present it. We weren't going to present it to them first. We were presenting it to you. You're our policymaker. So we presented it to you first, but we gave them notice that our plan was, there's no downside to this, right? Because we do have the ability to always back out. I don't think that we wanted to get to September of 2024, not have an agreement. The sheriff isn't even elected yet. We don't know who it's going to be. We have this gap. We're without a contract. So this is all, and in all honesty, I don't think that we as a town should worry about the next sheriff. We should worry about us. And what this does is it's protection for us and our ability to make sure that we have contracted police services.
I'm concerned with the next sheriff. I mean, it's a partisan election. You never know who gets elected. This is not a policing. This is an administrator of a $900 million organization. I mean, but what I'm saying is I'm okay with extending it, but not 3 years, because I want the next council, and I hope maybe the sheriff has a great relationship with that council and they work out something great. I just believe that the next mayor should be afforded that opportunity that I was afforded to negotiate that. I'm going to vote no. And I thought that this was an initiative of the sheriff.
Yeah,
committee.
and I don't disagree with you, but extending it out 3 years, 5 years, 100 years, we still always have a 12-month notice period. That if we wanted to back out of the deal, do something different, contract with a neighboring municipality, establish our own municipal police department, all of those things with a 12-month notice to the county / eventually the sheriff, we could always back out. So we always have that ability.
I'm just, again, I'm a no vote, and I just want to put on the record, I'm extremely concerned with the sheriff thing. All you got to look at is what's happening in Broward County with contract cities. The sheriff woke up one day, wanted to charge them crazy amounts of money. They all started getting together. People are trying to leave now, scramble. That could, in a partisan world, could very well happen. So I'm just a no vote overall. I would have loved to seen this maybe workshopped with the committee, or I'm okay with extending it maybe a year into the sheriff's and letting that future council work it out. But I'm a no vote on this item. So. No further discussion. Councilman Collazo and Councilman Ron.
I see the point that the mayor is concerned about, and can the time be amended where we're not going into the 3 year? I understand.
Well, we haven't negotiated the time. So the extension of whether it's another 12 months, 2 months, 2 years, 3 years, all of that still is yet to be negotiated. So that's why I said that really what I'm looking for here is just the green light at the 30,000 foot level to move forward with starting formal conversations with the Miami-Dade County so we can talk about an extension. The terms of that extension is something that we would bring back to you. After it's negotiated, we would bring back to you where you can decide whether you're in agreement with it or not.
From my perspective, I would feel more comfortable negotiating up until that point. 'Cause I see what the mayor is saying, right? I see there being a valid point. And to be quite honest with you, to negotiate a contract much further into the future than when we need to might not be in our best interest either. So could we give you direction to negotiate up until that point,
Up until which point?
to extend to where we're not left in limbo land?
So a
concern-
5-month extension?
6-month extension, whatever we need right now to get us to that point. I mean, Mayor, is that something that will make you feel more
Yeah,
comfortable?
that's, I
It
believe-
would, so-
I believe it's in our best interest to extend as long as possible. Not short.
So the reality is we're protected no matter what with the state statute, the way that it's written. And the intent of the state was that they named us by name, Town of Miami Lakes, Cutler Bay, Palmetto Bay. We're protected. No matter what, we're good. For 3 years. It's like, but it says it, read this, Lorenzo, can you pull up the state statute?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that's one of my concerns. What happens if we extend it for 6 months? And then the new sheriff comes in and the new sheriff says, I'm not renewing you. Then what do we do?
Lorenzo, can you
They're-
read the?
They'd be obligated to provide service for at least 12 months to give us a chance to set up a new police department.
Right, but that's not an easy setup.
But having this long-term, when I say long-term, 2 or 3 years, it gives us the ability to, the sheriff would have to keep this contract and not be able to price gouge us and double charge us or overcharge us or whatever.
Right,
They
and we
would be
still have the
bound.
12-month provision. So if we ever wanted to set up our own police department, which is incredibly costly, but if we ever wanted to go in that route, then we would still have a 12-month window. We're not obligated to more than 12 months. My fear is the new sheriff comes in and then the new sheriff says, well, this is not your rate. I'm going to double your rate. I'm going to change all the parameters. And we only have a 6-month contract.
Yeah, we've had conversations with the other 2 cities, city managers, the other 2 cities, town attorneys or village attorneys or whatever. And at least at that level, obviously we could all be wrong. But at that level, all 6 entities, the city managers and the attorneys, believe that it was in the best interest of us and our residents to have a long-term extension of the existing agreement to protect us and our residents from having any kind of gap in our police services. And protect us against any future agreement that somebody may try and price gouges and double charges or overcharges or whatever.
Lorenzo, can you read that language into the record? What was passed exactly?
Quick question through the mayor and the sheriff's advisory board. I mean, the advisory board we have, you said they chimed in on this?
Well, I let them know that we were going to present this idea to the council and that we had already had some preliminary conversations, informal preliminary conversations with the other 2 cities and the Miami-Dade County Police Department. And all parties were very much in agreement that we should extend, and the longer the better.
I would love to hear their opinion, our advisory board's opinion on this, if possible. Is that a possibility to see what they think, or is that not?
With all due respect, it's a council decision.
No, I
whether
know.
We're gonna
I know, but
extend
they-
a contract or not.
No,
mean,
I know, but I'm just saying, since they were put together for a reason, kind of like to give us what the possibilities are, and advise us, on what it means to the town with the new sheriff coming in and what possibilities, like you mentioned, if he's going to if the sheriff could double the rates, or we have to create our own police department, which would be incredibly difficult to do. I'd just love to hear, we established them for a reason. Love to hear their input a little bit on this. If we put them, we created them for that reason, no?
Yeah, obviously they're still getting their bearings right with this whole committee process. Up to now, it's all been kind of due diligence, research, background. We've been providing them a lot of documents. We provided them with the idea and the logic behind this extension. And obviously I don't want to speak for them, and I wouldn't do that. They didn't take a vote, right? But I believe that all of them that were present that day seemed to, they agreed with the logic that we should extend this contract. And I don't remember now 100% whether we talked about whether it should be 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or 6 months or whatever. But they were, those that were there saw the logic and the benefits of extending. And they seem to be in agreement. But again, I don't want to speak for them. They did not take a vote that reflects that.
Right. And I don't necessarily think that us making that decision one way or the other flies in the face of whatever it is, whatever recommendation comes out of that committee, right? We could very well extend the contract for 3 years, and they may very well recommend that we start our own police department, and we could still go down that path regardless of however long is left on that contract. Us making a decision that doesn't involve the county's police service isn't something we can do on a dime. It's something that requires a huge amount of time and planning and coordination. So that 12-month out is, a minimum, I think.
Well, what gives me a lot of comfort in the manager's proposal, and again, notwithstanding the mayor's concern, is that the other two municipalities are lockstep with us. So if there's anything, there's the power of unity or there's kind of cohesion, right, with the other two entities that are kind of in this predicament. So, if the managers have already discussed it, and it seems that that's their play, I'd hate for us to kind of depart from that and weaken the strength of the other municipalities. So I know I'm still waiting for Lorenzo to kind of bring up the statute to hear the mayor's point of what the protections are, but
Whoa, if it comes, it has to come back anyway. So,
yeah,
whoa,
but I
it's
hate
not-
to undermine, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If the other municipalities are on board, and that's where we kind of have solidarity with, I'm fine with moving forward with what they do.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I am a no vote. No. We're moving on to the monthly police report. Major Ruiz is not here, so it's Lieutenant Gonzalez.
Good evening, Lieutenant Gonzalez, here on behalf of Major Ruiz to provide the police report. Starting up for April, we kicked it back up on the midnight high visibility and surveillance after the funding. And I'm happy to report that our vehicle burglaries went down 60% last month, and our auto thefts went down 80% in the month of April. So glad to present that. We had a new LPR installation last month on the east side of town. I won't name the exact location, but that's up and running. So we added another intersection to our net. We also purchased 2 mobile license plate readers. Those go on the police cars. So they'll be able to go through the apartments and the shopping centers and the hotels and the businesses and just scan the tags there. So it's like more of an internal scan. In case a car does come in and park somewhere, like maybe at a hotel, even though it detects on our net, we could localize it. So that'll be another different tool that we could use. Jeremy and myself are already in conversation to discuss the next intersection that we're going to be looking at to place license plate readers. So we're moving forward on that. The afternoon traffic detail is working fine, very good. It's mirroring what we're doing in the morning. Traffic we're going to have, but what it does is provide the free flow of traffic at that intersection where cars before couldn't turn to go home to the Anchorage area or to come out of the businesses. And we've had accidents there too, where I've witnessed them because it's so blocked up, the cars are trying to snake through the middle, and then there's visibility problems. And so the officer being there, like in the morning, there's going to be a traffic light installed there in the near future. So that'll be able to free up the officers, because that's what the officers are doing. They're a traffic control device. So, but that's working good. We've got a lot of positive feedback. I've been out there with the guys, making sure that, that the system is running right. And we've got a lot of people say, thank you very much. Thank you. Because now they can freely turn without having to fight with, a lot of road rage issues. So that's been working well. I've always wanted to do that in the afternoon, but again, we didn't have the manpower for that. So, I applaud you. Thank you very much for that. And lastly, on the 17th of May at 4 p.m., we're going to be having ice cream with a cop event. That's going to be at the Rita's.
And after that, I'll open it up for questions.
Lieutenant, so two questions for you. The first one involves an issue that popped up last night over Facebook. And it actually, it's funny enough, I was speaking with Officer Amador, I think it was last week or the week before that, and he mentioned that this was a thing, and I was kind of surprised, but it popped up again last night, in which there is a business apparently by the Northwest District Station that has a very a very vocal alarm system.
Yes.
Can you walk us through what's going on with that? What have we done to address situations?
So last week it was brought to our attention, and we had one of our detectives meet with the business, and we're basically explained to them, but we did have some concerns in the area about it being a little too loud. So they were going to talk to the company to see if they could have the volume adjusted, and we were going to follow up again with them tomorrow to see where they're at with that, because apparently there's still an ongoing situation. So tomorrow in the morning, we have a scheduled follow-up with them, see where they're at. And, again, if it comes to it could also be a nuisance, a noise abatement violation with the county ordinance. So those are different things we're looking at if the problem doesn't get corrected. But ultimately, I think that they'll end up being cooperative in that.
Can you walk me through that process as far as declaring it a nuisance? Like what is the amount of the penalty for a violation of the ordinance and all that? What are the criteria?
I'd have to look it up. I don't have that in front of me, but it would be, some civil county fine that they would get, issued. And then obviously it could even lead up to arrest. And that's normally what we do with loud parties. It's the same thing, we tell them to turn the music down, and that would get cite them, and they could even be an arrest made on that.
Understood. And the second question for you that I had involves the traffic, not the traffic detail per se, but the traffic enforcement detail. I think it was $50,000 that we had put toward police overtime, specifically toward addressing speeding in the town. So I don't know if you can specifically address any updates on how that program is going, if whether we've issued citations as part of that recently or anything to that effect.
My understanding, I might be wrong, I might be talking out of place, but my understanding with that, the $50,000 was for the burglary high visibility. We had the previous to April, we had two funds. I think one was 30 for the and 20 for traffic. So that ended in April, and I think the 50 was just for the burglary visibility.
I could have sworn, and maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, that at the carry forward discussion that we had recently, I thought that we reauthorized both the vehicle burglary detail and the speeding enforcement detail, in addition to allocating money for an afternoon traffic detail.
Doing what we did before, like a 30-20 for
I really don't remember off the top of my head, but just if you can look into it and just let me know later, that'd be great.
But hence that, we still continue to do our traffic enforcement, at the hot areas, but that's always in addition. We have one scheduled for this Thursday, one of the larger enforcement ones that we do. That's okay. When we do DUI checkpoints, we advertise them. So you tell people, hey,
due process notice and everything else.
Yeah, just like we have a decoy car out there. You never know when it's the real officer or what's a decoy. And what we do a lot is we change it up. And I say that publicly, because today it might be the real car and tomorrow maybe the real cop. So it keeps you guessing, keeps you on your toes, and that's the strategies we use. So that's pretty much it.
Can you add commerce to that speeding detail?
We do.
There
We hit commerce all the time. So what I do is I have our officers, and I have a report that I do at the end of the week with the time they were there, citations and verbal, warnings, and what their statistics are. And commerce is one of them. Fairway, the three-way stop sign, speeding, 87th Avenue, 82nd Avenue.
Is excessive, like scary.
Yeah, especially when they come off of 82nd around the curve.
Around the curb, it's scary. Like if one of those cars loses control, there's a lot of people that walk down that area with, their dogs, their strollers. It is dangerous, the speed. I don't even know how fast they're going. I'm sure that you could tell just by seeing them drive by, but it's really excessive.
Yes, we've noticed that, and we're continuing to enforce that.
Just one of the things that, thank you for the report. No issues. But on our end, Northwest District is doing something that maybe it wasn't doing like 6 months ago. there's hordes of people outside the station.
So immigration changed or some laws changing in immigration where you have to get some sort of clearance letter from local law enforcement or government. And the Northwest District doesn't have appointments. So it's like walk-in. Other stations have by appointment. So it limits the amount of people. I guess the word got out, maybe that they don't take appointments there. So they're having a larger amount of people showing up because it's first come, first serve. Yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. I get gas there and I see it. And the first thing I asked, I said, well, what happened? I get gas, once a week, twice a week. And that's the first time I saw that. I was like, so I asked some questions and that's what's going on there.
I've been seeing it for a while now, and at one point in time, they had to have marked units out in the street, kind of, I guess, controlling how many people showed up.
Yeah, there's no parking, and parking is a little bit of an issue there. But yeah, I said that's the other thing is that they don't have appointments. And then, when you call, it's like going to Quest, every Quest has an appointment. There's one Quest that doesn't have it, everybody's gonna go there because all the appointments are taken up. So they're getting, for the clearance letters.
Yeah, and lastly, the issue with the elementary school. Finally, was there, I know that the principal made some requests for hardening or for a buzzer or some type of entry device. You haven't had to deploy any additional officers to the elementary school, or have you?
No, we have not. I check with our officers that are there directing traffic in the morning, daily to get an update on the current status. And my last conversation with the officer yesterday was the gentleman's back home and there hasn't been any more issues with him. He directs traffic basically like right in the corner by his house. Says that he's seen him come out of his house and he doesn't say a word, and there hasn't been any further issues with him. So
Has the school board continued to put the extra officer at arrival
Yeah.
and dismissal?
yeah, they have the 2 officers there. And I think I know the major had an unscheduled leave this week. So I think next week when we come back, we're going to schedule a meeting with the school to see what they need from us as far as what you guys have give us guidance to do.
And I guess my last question is through the chair to the manager, but it's during the police report. Did the school finally give you a recommendation, or did the principal talk to you about what they wanted to pursue as a possible?
Major Ruiz went and spoke to them, told them what was available, that there was a clock ticking, because according to the motion that you guys made during the budget amendment, if it's not spent by the end of the fiscal year, it goes over to the MLOP account. So she's aware that there's urgency, that make a decision, figure out if there's some kind of a capital expense that you need, like the buzzers. They did talk about the buzzer and some cameras or whatever. And he made it very clear to her that time is of the essence. Make the request sooner better than later, because if not, you may lose the money.
Okay, good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Infrastructure report, Director Santos.
Back. Good evening. Excuse me.
You just want to do all 3 of them at the same time: bioretention, swales, independent cost
Yeah,
estimator.
that's how it's set up. So really quick, I'll just highlight a few projects on the infrastructure report. On roadway, the Park West and their fairway pedestrian and bicycle improvement, those started design, and we're excited about getting those into construction, hopefully within the next year and 2, based on their schedules. For the stormwater bond, as of tonight, that the contract was approved, we have passed 50% of encumbered funds of the 18 million. We also have several projects in construction. 2 of them are currently in the closeout phase and the final restoration phase, the West Lakes Gardens and the Northwest 83rd Place in Royal Oaks. For the ARPA project, we're getting 2 ready for procurement, 158th Street and Royal Point, which is 158 Terrace off of 82nd. And just on regular maintenance, want to highlight the sidewalks. We've had both contractors working year round, and we're about to start, I believe it's Lake Sarah and also a section of West Lakes. For our the bioretention, or bioswales item, Mr. Councilmember Garcia directed staff to research the possibility of incorporating bioswales into our existing stormwater program. And also to look at the cost savings of using these and also of maintenance. So there's a quick definition: bioretention swales are shallow vegetated landscape depressions with sloped sides that are designed to capture, treat, and infiltrate stormwater runoff. Some benefits. Bioretention swales are also part of what's called green infrastructure, which there's a big movement these days to incorporate these into the infrastructure. They can be less costly to construct the gray infrastructure. It all depends on the site conditions. Construction costs may range between $4 to $6 a square foot, but again, this depends on the site conditions and does not include permitting, design, and other costs into that. Maintenance, again, I'm going to repeat this a lot, but maintenance does depend on the site conditions and also the design. By that I mean, if we're comparing an existing swale that's just sod, that maintenance is just cutting the grass. If we create it into a bioretention swale, depending on the vegetation that we put into that, we may have to switch that annually or longer term, depending on the plant. Also, some of them use mulch. So we may also have to incorporate mulch, yearly mulching or replacement of mulching, which that cost may not be applied to just a regular grass swale. But it may also offset gray infrastructure. So if we're incorporating this into a stormwater project like we're looking into now, once the designer does the calculations, we'll want to see if that backs out some of the pipe that we have to install, and then there's a savings there that we'll see. But that's to be determined as we move forward and the analysis is completed. We have already discussed with 2 of our consultants to look into the possibility of adding these into areas that we have identified within existing projects that are currently being designed. One of them is 139th Terrace down south in West Lakes. There's a park there that has a pretty nice swale. And we also spoke to Parks to see if we could potentially use some of the green space in the park that's not being used for play area that's right now is vegetated to turn it into a bioswale. And the same for a section in Loch Lomond. There's a park around there. I think it's Aberdeen and I forgot, excuse me. Glen Eagle. So we're looking into that, and the designers, we've asked them to consider those.
Thank you so much, Director. I appreciate you doing your due diligence on this. Yeah, absolutely. If it can save money, if you determine it's gonna hold water and you can save on pipe, you can save on that. Absolutely. If it's a win-win and it's a cost savings, that's what I wanted to see. And I guess we're waiting then you're going to wait for the consultant to let you know if that's the case.
Yeah, to analyze it, and also since it's an additional scope, we need to wait for them to see if there's going to be an additional cost to the design process.
Thank you so much,
they haven't
sir.
responded yet.
Thank you, Director.
Yeah. For the independent cost estimator, so Mayor Sid directed staff to, as a pilot program, hire a third party to do an independent cost estimate of one of our drainage projects. So we selected the Loch Ness drainage improvements projects, and we hire a local firm, Goal Associates. They have over 9 years of experience in designing and preparing these types of projects within the area. They've worked for state and local agencies. So they're experienced with the type of work that the project entails. So a summary of some of the recommendations, they recommended that our consultant update the pricing to be more in line with FDOT market area 13 unit prices for the latest cost. Another is change the units on the asphalt item, and one was to consider leaving existing catch basins in place instead of swapping them. something we will have to discuss with we're in the process of discussing with our consultant to see if the reason for replacing them just because of the size of the pipe that's going to be added, since we're adding more capacity, or just the condition of the structure, root damage, etc., that we may have to swap that. But based on that, with the attached document, the overall estimate would increase based on the recommendation to adopt the FDOT market 13 market area 13 unit cost, approximately $72,000. But when we apply the potential savings of leaving the existing catch basins in place that they recommended, we got about a $43,000 savings, which nets an increase to the original estimate of $29,000. This compared to the original estimate, the in-house engineer, not the in-house, but the original engineer prepared, is roughly about 2% higher. And it was good because it shows that the process that the engineer was doing on our in-house process of reviewing the estimates is working and is in line with somebody else that hasn't been part of this program from the beginning. So based on that, we believe the work that's currently being done is proper, and we don't recommend continuing the program to other projects.
But you can't you say we're not going to use the FDOT portion, but do the catch basin one and then net savings like that? Because it's not like you don't have to take it all at the same time, but can't you say as a director, you know what, this makes sense, this doesn't make sense, and it would net you $40,000 if you don't take the FDOT?
Yeah, you could do that, but again, these are estimates. So each company has a methodology that they'll follow, and we have our own. In this case, they're more in line with each other, even though we're going different roads arriving to a similar location.
So for a $40,000 savings on one project, you don't think it's worth it?
Well, it's a 20, no, it's not a, well, if you only see it as the catch basin savings, yeah, you will see it as a $40,000 savings. However, I added a note. This is all right now, again, it's an estimate, an educated guess. Once we put this out to bid, that's when we get the real price, and that may change in a month or two based on market conditions. If for some reason something happened with the concrete supply chain, then the structure prices will go up.
But the catch basin thing is interesting. I'm that perspective, because if you don't have to change the catch basin, yeah, that would be interesting. Just change the piping.
And that's
And even on the bid process alone, that'll definitely change the dynamics for a contractor, even the way that the project's constructed.
Yeah. So we do that as part of our internal review. And sometimes when we go on site, the contractors are already on site, they'll do some value engineering. Once they start excavating, they'll see that, hey, this may be an option to leave this in place. And we'll just process it as a change order to leave in place.
And the asphalt, what was the asphalt one?
That one is to change that wasn't a savings. It was just to change the quantity from square yards to tons, which is the common practice.
So there was only one recommendation that in theory, the guesstimate would have netted 40,000. And how much did it cost to have them go through this process?
About 4,400, 4,400 around there. And about 2.5 months.
Got it. That's fine. I mean, even if it's minus a 4,400, even if you net 36, yeah, I don't know. To me, that was the goal of this exercise, right? It wasn't looking at it globally, but if you could find something that where you net sufficient money and at the same time it covers their costs and you're still leaving an extra $36,000, now you multiply that globally times 10 projects. Now you're talking real money, $360,000. You're talking about that you could shift that towards sidewalks or something else. I think if you look at it in that perspective, it'll be well worth it, especially once you scale that to all of our projects. And then now there's a need, if it's sidewalks, whatever it is, or if it's, then you inject it there.
Well, we'll see the final result once we get the bids back and see how.
So you're gonna try the catch basin in the bid process?
Well, we gotta discuss it first with the design consultant.
Got it.
and determine if that's something that they're willing to accept based on what the information they gather. And see if the structure is in good enough condition to remain in place.
Okay. Thank you. Miami Lakes Optimist Park.
Good evening, Mayor Council. At this time, at Optimus, we're simply handling day-to-day repairs and maintenance. Right now, nothing really notable going on other than some irrigation repairs and blowouts that we're correcting. And we're actually going ahead and replacing some of the panels at the ADA accessible playground. But other than that, we are looking forward to the summer break for the fields and getting ready for the championships and playoffs that are taking place now at the ball fields.
Yeah, Jeremy, I just want to let you know, the rain event that we had was quite substantial, and you can definitely tell the big difference on the fields that were laser graded versus the ones that still haven't had that feature kind of added to it. So I know I asked during the budget workshop, can you make that part of the process? You said, yeah, but I would insist even the ones that you don't have part of the process because they require substantial work are probably the ones that need it the most. So if that's something that can be done in the future, the impact, not only did the drains field, did the fields drain quicker, to me, they were more playable sooner as well after the rain event, at least the ones with the laser grading. So it is definitely a worthwhile investment that we're seeing actually performing better every time we're out there. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the attorney? And no reports?
I think you've heard enough from me for today.
Okay. Before we adjourn, I think there's somebody that turns 67 years old tomorrow. The big 6'7", and they have a little cake for him. You guys want to sing happy birthday?
If it were 67, I wouldn't be here.
How old are you turning though?
61. I don't look a day over 60 in 10 months.
Motion to extend to midnight.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear manager, Mr. Manager. Birthday to you. Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday. And this meeting is